Habits that Handicap, by Charles B. Towns. Chapter 7. Classification of Alcoholics. Alcoholics are more easily classified than drug takers. With few exceptions, alcohol users have their beginnings in social drinking. Not a few women and boys have had their first taste of alcohol, and may even have acquired a definite alcohol habit through the small quantities administered as stimulants by physicians. But in a general way, it is as easy and just to absolve the physician from responsibility in the matter of alcoholism as it is easy and just to put a heavy responsibility upon him in the case of the use of drugs. The demand for stimulants. In these days, all mankind searches for exhilaration. The instinctive demand for it is an inevitable result of the artificial social system which we have built up. We work beyond our strength, and naturally feel the need of stimulants. We play beyond our strength, and as naturally need whips for our vitiated energies. The greatest social disaster of all the ages occurred when first alcoholic stimulation, which is only one step in advance of alcoholic intoxication and narcotization, found its place as an adjunct of good fellowship. All humanity turns in one way or another to artificial stimulants, and while alcohol and narcotics are the worst among these, we cannot slur the fact that many who would shun these agents as they would a pestilence turn freely to milder but not altogether harmless stimulants such as tea, coffee, and tobacco. I do not purpose to go into a long dissertation upon the chemical peculiarities of alcohol. I do not propose to discuss the value or peril of alcohol as food. There are plenty of published chapters telling exactly what alcohol is. I feel that it is my mission to do none of these things, but to endeavor to reveal to the student the most effective way of dealing with a patient who has drifted into a definite alcoholic addiction. The man who cannot be saved. It seems impossible to arouse any enthusiasm or sympathy for the human derelict whose natural weakness is inevitably such that one taste of alcohol means a gallon, and final wreck and ruin. The human cipher, plus alcohol or minus alcohol, it matters not which, means nothing. It may be true that alcohol subtracted from nothing leaves nothing, but it is certain that alcohol added to nothing may mean a peril to society and a serious charge upon it. A man who has achieved nothing up to the point where he has become addicted to excessive alcoholism will rarely repay the trouble involved in an effort to preserve him from his folly, although of course his preservation from it might be of general social service as a means of saving the public money that otherwise might be expended in the reparation of the work of his destructive tendencies, besides the public expense involved in police, court, and prison economy that prevents him from the opportunity of indulgence. But thousands of decent men annually yield to alcohol, and are wrecked by it. The decent and potentially valuable citizen who, through overwork, worry, sickness, sorrow, or even through a mistaken conception of social amenities or duties, drifts into excessive alcoholism, is a victim of our imperfect social system, and repays remedial effort. Furthermore, such a man is invariably savable if he himself applies for salvation, assists with his own will in its application to his case, and pays his own money for the cure. The proportion of the cases that can be saved among the general run of alcoholics who are sufficiently prosperous, or have sufficiently prosperous friends to make them likely to come under my direct observation, amounts to about 1/4 of the whole. It will be observed that this claim for alcoholics is far below the claim which I have made for drug users. Where it is found that a case of excessive alcoholism has grown out of a lack of a normal sense of responsibility, where excessive alcoholism has reached the point at which deterioration of the moral nature has set in, or where the social and financial entanglements already have resulted, a problem is presented which is complicated and even very doubtful. In such a case, far more than definite medical treatment must be resorted to before a complete restoration of the unfortunate to social usefulness can be hoped for. The naturally irresponsible person, or the person already led into irresponsibility by alcoholism, may be regarded as an almost hopeless proposition. This is peculiarly the case where no financial obligation can be imposed upon the patient as a part of the treatment. The very poor, for whose treatment someone else must pay, and the very rich, to whom the sum paid for treatment is a matter of no moment, are almost equally hopeless. My long experience has taught me that the man who does not feel a financial responsibility for that which is done for him is usually the least promising of all the cases brought to me. I have found it necessary to regard as a definite part of my treatment the imposition of a monetary obligation. If, for example, the employee of a person or a corporation is sent to me for relief from alcoholic tendencies by his employer or employers, I invariably refuse to accept the case unless it is agreed that the sum paid for the patient's treatment shall be held against him as an obligation to be repaid as soon as possible to those who have advanced it. Even the man who is curable will fail in a physiological realization of the misfortune into which he has actually fallen through alcoholic indulgences unless he himself must pay the fiddler. In the case of a working man who is brought to me for treatment by his employers, I make a minimum charge as a rule, but only on the condition that, with all due speed, it is deducted from his pay envelope. In the case of men of a higher order, as professional employees, heads of departments, etc., I insist in a general way upon following the same line of procedure. I cannot too strongly emphasize my absolute conviction that it is invariably a waste of money and time for an employer or an employing company to attempt to help alcoholics by means of free medical treatments. No good will come from this in the long run, as it never will prove to be worth while. Thus we may classify very rich, utterly poor, and irresponsible inebriates as among the hopeless. From every moral, social, and economic point of view, the hopeless inebriate is a liability to the world at large. Throw him in the sieve of respectability, and soon or late he will always prove small enough to slip through the meshes. Colonization of alcoholics. Among such cases will be found fit subjects for colonization, and these are the only ones who should be treated in this way. No greater social mistake is possible than the colonization and segregation, either in sanatoriums or inebriate farms, of other than utterly hopeless alcoholic cases. The next greatest mistake, undoubtedly, is society's failure to segregate those who are utterly beyond the pale of hope. These men and women will be less of a burden to their friends and to the community after segregation. Their segregated existence will not constitute a threat against society of the present and future generations. It is my opinion that these people, men and women, rich and poor, should be sterilized and put at work. It is possible that this plan, if properly carried out, might develop some institutional effort worth while. That, at present practiced, means a waste of time and money. It should be borne in mind that deprivation never yet removed the underlying cause of the desire for alcohol, no matter how long a period this deprivation may have extended, nor has it ever removed the desire itself. These things can be brought about only by the elimination of the poison from the victim's system. All alcoholics, no matter whether they are preferred risks or hopeless cases, whether they are to be returned to society or isolated and sterilized, should be unpoisoned. Success of the specific treatment. The first exhaustive test of this treatment for alcoholism was made at Bellevue Hospital, and its results were announced in a pamphlet published by Dr. Alexander Lambert. The hospital in which the work was carried on was without ideal facilities. Overcrowded wards and an insufficiency of nurses were among the many handicaps. That the results were more hopeful than anything theretofore accomplished is indicated by the following extracts from articles by Dr. Lambert. Results. I am often asked to the success of this treatment, and the percentage of patients who remain free from their addiction. This varies enormously with the individual patients, and one can only judge from one's experience. My personal experience is that 11% of the morphinists and 12% of the alcoholics return for treatment. Doubling this percentage, it still gives us 75% as remaining free from addiction. Of these, a very high percentage are known to have stayed free. Scope of the treatment. This treatment is not offered as a cure of morphinism or as a cure of delirium tremens or chronic alcoholism, as I said in the first article. It will, however, obliterate the terrible craving that these patients suffer when, unaided, they endeavour to get off their drugs, or are made to go through the slow withdrawal without some medication to ease them. Compared with the old methods of either slow withdrawal or rapid withdrawal, it is infinitely superior. Deprivation of a drug is in no way equivalent to elimination of the drug from the body. Deprivation causes suffering, elimination relieves it. But neither this combination of drugs nor any other combination known to man can prevent persons, after they are free from their addiction, be it alcohol or morphine, from going out and repoisoning themselves by taking again the drug which has poisoned them and led them on to their habitual intoxication. There are many more morphinists who have unconsciously fallen under the spell of the habit through no fault of their own than can be said of alcoholics. To anyone who has ever tried to break off a patient by the old withdrawal methods when they were taking goodly amounts of the drug, and has struggled to keep them free from it after they have ceased taking it, the difference in the picture when undergoing the treatment by this new method is most striking. With this treatment, most patients do not suffer more than a bearable amount of discomfort of hot flashes, slight pains, and the discomfort of their cathartics. When properly administered, this is the full extent of suffering with the majority of patients. Some do not go as far as this, a few suffer more. But when improperly administered, they can suffer as much by this method as by any other. No test more exacting than the one made at Bellevue Hospital could be devised. Most of the cases appearing for treatment in the wards of that institution are of the most advanced type, for the nature of the New York hospital system may be said in a general way to select for Bellevue the least hopeful patients coming from the least hopeful classes of society. If, therefore, anything approaching permanent relief was secured for as many as 20 out of every 100 cases, an extraordinary efficiency was indicated. Of course, the intelligent reader will understand that no man with reason can claim for any treatment the power permanently to divorce from alcohol a man who does not wish to be divorced from it. To take a man whose system has reached that degree of craving for alcohol that he would sign away his right to salvation in exchange for a drink after a brief period of deprivation, if he could not otherwise obtain the alcohol, and to unpoison him so that he feels no necessity or even the slightest desire for a drink or for any stimulant, is to accomplish a great deal of good. It means that his nervous system has been restored to something nearly normal, and that he has been given a chance. The man who has not had this help from outside can do nothing for himself. But having been cleared of the alcoholic poison, he is brought into a mental state wherein he finds it possible to estimate reasonably the harm which alcohol has done him. The patient is then in a mental state that enables his relatives and friends to deal with him without being forced to estimate and allow for alcoholic abnormalities in his process of thought. He is in a physical state that, although it apparently may be worse than that in which the alcohol had placed him, is nevertheless one that will enable his physician to work with him intelligently. Such an achievement seems a perfect piece of medical work of its kind. Properly carried out, my treatment will accomplish exactly this in every instance. It will accomplish it within 5 days, and very likely within 3 days. I have never known it to require a period of more than 7. When this treatment is properly provided for throughout the country, it will be found that neither large nor costly institutions will be necessary. The stay of every patient is so brief that in the average community a small institution containing only a few beds will be found sufficiently large to meet all local needs. The habitual drunkard is not a criminal. Legislation restrictive of the sale and use of habit-forming drugs is in reality a dangerous experiment until other legislation that provides for the medical help of those who would thus be deprived has first been written upon our statute books. I am inclined to think that many of the failures which strew the paths of experimentalists in anti-alcohol movements have been due to a lack of similar foresight. The man who is penalized for drunkenness will usually get drunk again the moment he finds himself at liberty to do so. And this will not be due to any natural depravity upon his part, but rather to an almost inevitable result of the bodily craving that thrills his every fibre, and for the relief of which nothing whatever has been provided. We shall never make any serious progress in dealing with the most serious evils of alcoholism until we waken to the folly of treating the hard and habitual drinker as a criminal, exacting from him penalties and inflicting upon him disgrace. In every instance, the passage of restrictive legislation should be accompanied by the passage of remedial legislation, for provision for the relief of suffering caused by prohibitory laws must be provided. The courts should carefully consider the facilities at the disposition of the communities in which they labour, and in imposing sentences they should be careful not to overtax them. It would be better for a community to keep a victim upon a steady diet of alcohol for weeks while he was waiting for a bed in a curative institution, than to risk causing the man's death or insanity by depriving him of his alcohol until the means for relieving his system's acute demand for it were at hand. By following a similar plan, it will be found that the evil of habit-forming drugs can be exterminated in the United States. Whether alcoholism, which is a social vice, ever can be similarly exterminated by like methods I do not know, but I am convinced that an intelligent pursuit of such a policy would do more to accomplish the desired results than ever has been done by other means. How society treats the victim of alcohol. The care of the inebriate, who already comes under the law, and who, by his habit, forces his way into the state and municipal hospitals, forms one of the great burdens upon society of the present day. It should be regarded as one of the most important problems of modern medicine. No other class of the sick includes so great a number of individual cases. We find, for example, the almost incredible fact staring us in the face, that more than one-third of all the patients admitted to Bellevue Hospital in New York City are sent there by alcohol, while no less than 2% are sent there by habit-forming drugs. I am casting no reflection upon this or any other institution when I say that there and elsewhere little understanding is shown in dealing with these cases. As a matter of fact, no intelligence is anywhere shown in this matter. The policeman who finds a drunken man or woman on his beat arrests the unfortunate with as much wrath and probably as much brutality as he would show a burglar or a murderer. The committing magistrate before whom the victim is taken treats him or her precisely as he would treat a criminal. In the various penal institutions to which this man or woman is committed, the idea upon which their whole treatment is based is that of punishment. It seems to me that the imperfections of this system might most easily be corrected by the committing magistrates. It is the largest problem which confronts these officials. Therefore, they might very well afford the time necessary to study it carefully. Concerted action by this group of the judiciary might accomplish worthy results almost immediately. As matters are at present organized, the committing magistrate may do any one of four things with an inebriate who has been brought before him. He can release him without penalty, he can put him on probation, he can fine him, he can imprison him. I have yet to discover any one capable of telling me why measures of this sort can possibly be expected to have a beneficial effect upon a person who, through overindulgence, has set up in his system a demand for alcohol. I have no wish to appear publicly as the critic of our petit judiciary, but no class of men is less informed upon this subject, the one subject upon which they should be best informed, than the committing magistrates not only of the United States but of every other country in the world. A year or two ago I made a somewhat comprehensive European tour, and studied carefully the methods of dealing with inebriety. Nowhere did I find the faintest indication of a tendency for real intelligence in regard to the matter. We insist upon special education for the professors of our colleges, yet the influence of a committing magistrate upon the human life that is brought under his direct sphere of influence may be greater even than that of a college professor or a college student, and of our committing magistrate we make no educational demand whatsoever, and have never established even a minimum standard of intelligent information for our petit bench. It is my belief that expert sociological knowledge should be required of every man considered for the important post of committing magistrate. Responsibility of the magistrate. The fact that in New York State a colony for inebriates has been established by law makes this special knowledge more necessary there than it was before. Wherever such institutions have been founded, and the courts may contribute to their population by commitment, an unintelligent magistrate finds it within his power, not rarely, but every day, to do more harm during one session of his court than he is likely to find it within the scope of his intelligence to do good during the course of a year's sitting. I find it impossible to be otherwise than bitterly pessimistic in regard to the work our courts are doing with alcoholics. Under the New York law, a man taken for the first time before a magistrate and charged with alcoholism must either be fined or told that if he again appears charged with that offence, he will be subject to commitment to the inebriate farm for a period of not less than 3 months. By this procedure not one thing has been accomplished towards the salvation of the man. If he is not committed, but is only threatened and ordered to report weekly or oftener to the probation officer or the court itself, the greatest of all damage has been done, since the man's pride has been depreciated. After definite medical treatment has been administered to an inebriate, the only other thing that can be done is to make an intelligent appeal to his pride. In this appeal is included at least one half the possibilities of his salvation. Nowhere, save in a few instances in New York City, is the alcoholic case treated with medical intelligence, and nowhere in the world is the balance of the necessary treatment, the right appeal to pride, carried out with any degree of common sense. I find one system of special horror in this treatment of inebriates: committing a man for 3 months, then for 6, and then for 12. No more certain means could be devised to increase the harm done by alcohol to the community. Not only does this course fail to help the man in any measure whatsoever, but it increases the unspeakable harm which his misfortune must inflict upon his family. In most instances, such a commitment not only means the man's separation from his means of livelihood for the period of its duration, but his disgrace from it as the result of this utterly inefficient and legally inflicted disgrace. The whole effort of society in dealing with the alcoholic should be to prevent those things which at present are the very ones which it accomplishes: mental depression, loss of pride, disgrace, and loss of social position. I am inclined to think that as the world grows older it will be more and more convinced of the inefficiency of punishment, and more aware of the necessity of reform through helpfulness. It seems obvious that penalization, probationary influences, or colonization must be utterly useless in removing from a man's physical system the craving for alcohol. Therefore it is equally obvious that their only successful mission must be to remove the victim of drink from contact with society for the length of time during which his sentence is operative. The man who is in all probability incurable is not put permanently out of harm's way by these means, or placed where he can do no harm. The man who has good stuff in him, but who has, through chance, used drugs to excess upon one or more occasions, is offered by these methods nothing in the nature of a fair show toward regaining his usefulness. I see the possibility of many serious results in New York's Board of Inebriety plan. These, I think, have their beginning principally in the fact that nothing along the line of classification has been devised, or, as far as I know, has been even suggested. If its work were made efficiently by means of the adoption of a plan of classification, this board really might become a great boon to society. Suppose that instead of penalizing the man who has been taken before it for inebriety, the board, after intelligent and detailed investigation, has shown that the man is probably curable, should provide for him the necessary definite medical treatment to relieve his system from the ill effects of alcohol, and then should bring him into contact with physiological and analytical minds capable of enforcing upon him a realization of the terrible meaning of alcoholism. Without having affected the man's pride, it would send him back to his family and his task with a cool brain and a new point of view. Would not this be a vastly better way of dealing with him than those which are at present followed? There is no reason why some small charge should not be enforced against such beneficiaries of an enlightened public intelligence who might be found able to meet it. This would accomplish two things. It would reduce the public expense of the system, and it would add very greatly to the mental impression left upon the mind of the person for whose benefit the state was working. Furthermore, if a magistrate had once formed the habit of feeling personal interest in individual cases, probably his first act after a man had appeared before him would be to send for the accused employer and make the truth of the situation clear to him. The mere fact that a man has once been intoxicated should not justify his discharge from employment, in which, at normal times, he is useful and efficient. Both for his sake and for his employer's, efforts should be made towards reform, for it is not infrequently the case that the man who has lost control through drink is in normal conditions the best man in the office, factory, or workshop. That is one of the chief tragedies of the problem of alcohol. There is no subject upon which society more sadly needs enlightenment. In this educational process it is probable that the magistrate will be the largest factor. He must realize that he is not society's instrument of vengeance, but society's instrument of helpfulness. It should be his aim not to punish, but to protect and preserve. He must realize that scientific knowledge of the problems which confront him is as necessary to his real efficiency as scientific knowledge is to the analytical chemist. The heart of a conscientious magistrate should thrill with a special sympathy, should be aware of a great responsibility, whenever there appears for judgment in his court a man who for the first time has lost control of himself through drink. To mar this man for ever is an easy task. To make him may be difficult, but it is certainly not beyond the bounds of possibility. The hard drinker, who for the first time is haled into court as the consequence of his intoxication, never is willing to concede either to himself or to others that he needs help. His soul revolts before the mere thought that he has more than temporarily, even momentarily, lost control. He is likely to deny that he has developed a craving for alcohol, and emphatically and indignantly to assert that his drunkenness has been merely incidental to the social spirit, an accident, and in general a thing of no primary importance. The thought that without help there is even a possibility that he may drift from bad to worse is abhorrent to him, and is indignantly repudiated. He will cheerfully admit that many other men of his acquaintance have fallen victims to the effects of alcohol, but he will vehemently deny the possibility of a similar fall on his own part. The magistrate who thoroughly understands all the details of the alcoholic's physiology, and who is sufficiently adroit of mind and speech to take advantage of this understanding, giving the culprit who has been brought before him every benefit of a carefully and intelligently organized knowledge of alcoholism, could not fail to be one of the most useful of society's servants and safeguards. The man or woman taken before a magistrate as the result of alcoholic overindulgence offers a peculiarly perplexing problem. Society has placed itself in a highly inconsistent position as regards its relation to alcohol. It permits a man to pay it for the privilege to sell alcohol to anyone who asks for it, the only restriction being that he may not sell it to a person who already has had too much. This leaves the decision as to a customer's needs and capacity, as well as perils, to be rendered by the man behind the bar. Thus, to an extent we entrust daily the destinies of an appreciable portion of our public to a class of men who certainly have done little to earn general confidence. In nearly every state, if not in all, laws exist imposing penalties upon the dealer in alcohol who sells drink to a person who is already in a state of intoxication. But a careful study of the records of our courts would fail to reveal any large number of liquor dealers who have been charged with this offence, while it is obvious that most persons found upon the public streets or elsewhere in a state of intoxication must have had alcohol served to them at a time when they already had enough. As a matter of fact, the intelligent mind cannot fail to realize that the man who has had enough invariably has had too much. This is only one of the many reflections which must occur to the inquiring mind occupying itself with this problem. We have made innumerable laws dealing with and fondly supposed to control the sale of alcoholic beverages, but as a matter of fact only one sort of law has ever been devised which possibly could control it, and that law provides for absolute prohibition. The need of an organized effort to help the alcoholic. If the world wishes to be relieved in any measure from the human waste attributable to alcohol, the time must speedily arrive when municipalities will recognize it as their duty to provide definite medical help for every man who wishes to be freed from the craving for alcohol, and who cannot afford to pay for treatment. It must be recognized that it is society's duty to hold out this helping hand to every man who has a job and is in danger of losing it through the trap which society itself has set for his feet by authorizing and thereby encouraging the sale of alcoholic intoxicants. Notwithstanding the presence in our social fabric of innumerable charitable bodies, churches, religious societies, and other groups of people who mean well and work hard to aid the unfortunates, it is a fact that nowhere in the United States, or as far as I know, anywhere else, is there a single organization which is effectually working along definite and intelligent lines for the preservation of the endangered man who is still curable. No mother, wife, employer, or magistrate can effectively reason with a man whose brain is befogged by alcohol, for that man cannot reason with himself. Tears, threats of imprisonment, and loss of position do not have upon him their normal reaction. He is a sick man whose mental and physical condition is abnormal. It must be made normal before anything real can be done toward his assistance. There is but one way out of the sad muddle in which alcohol has plunged certain branches of our judiciary. In every city must be established emergency hospital wards to which committing magistrates may send persons with excessive alcoholic or drug histories. Treatment in these emergency wards will be neither difficult nor costly. Once this has been done, the patient may be returned to court, where his clarified brain will greatly assist the magistrate in deciding upon the proper course for his assistance and the protection of society. The commitment of the alcoholic to an ordinary penal institution is a perilous expedient. The experiences which various authorities connected with the Department of Correction in the city of New York have had with the drug and alcohol smugglers indicate a condition that exists more or less generally in penal institutions throughout the country. The drug user or alcoholic who has been locked up in a prison is in no way relieved of his craving for the substance which is harming him, and his efforts to obtain it will be desperate. The class of men who surround him as prison guards is not of high type. If he has money, they will get it from him if they can, and if he has friends outside, especially if they themselves be drug or liquor addicts, will attempt to smuggle to him what he craves, inasmuch as it is much easier to smuggle drugs into a prison than it is alcohol. Many alcoholics have been changed in prison to drug takers, and, after this change, the metamorphosis for the mere drunkard into an actual criminal has often occurred. The administration of a definite medical treatment should therefore be regarded as imperative in all cases of drug addiction, and in most cases of alcoholic addiction that appear in our prisons. In the cases of alcoholic addictions, imprisonment should end, in the case of first offenders, with the completion of the treatment and the restoration of the subject's mind to normal. I cannot too strongly or too frequently reiterate the statement that there is no more desperate illness than chronic alcoholism. Purification from the physical demand for alcohol at the place of commitment of men taken before the courts upon the charge of intoxication might save the public from a greater burden than any other available medical process. Drunkenness cannot rightfully be considered as a crime as long as society sanctions the sale of alcohol and profits by it. Therefore the punishment of alcoholics as criminals is an intolerable injustice. That it is also an economic waste is as clearly apparent. End of section 7. Chapter 8. The injuriousness of tobacco. When tobacco was first introduced into Europe, the use of it was everywhere regarded as an injurious habit, and on this account for a while it made slow progress. It is no less injurious now than it ever was. We have simply grown used to it, and it was only when people became used to its injuriousness that the habit began to make great strides. We find nowadays that smokers as well as non-smokers are suspicious of any form of tobacco taking to which they have not become used. Smokers who for the first time meet chewers or snuffers, or those who dip tobacco as in the South, are affected unpleasantly. Smokers keep on finding chewers disgusting, and smokers of pipes and cigars frequently object to the odor of cigarettes. Nothing more strikingly illustrates how addicted people may become to a habit than the smoking and chewing of the traditional Southern gentlemen of the old school, whom any other personal uncleanliness would have horrified. Young men, most fastidious about their apparel, seem quite unaware that it is saturated with the smell of tobacco. The odor of a cigarette is probably as offensive to some of those who do not smoke as any other smell under heaven. Yet such is the power of habit that we tolerate all these things. If we could begin all over again, we should find the same general objection to smoking that existed in Europe when the habit first began. Our chief need, then, is a new mind on the subject. How can we get it? The circumstance of my giving up smoking 18 years ago may have some slight significance in this connection. I was smoking hard, and began to have a vague feeling that it was hurting me. I had been playing whist at a late hour in my room at a hotel, and when I finally went to bed I could not sleep for a long while. I awoke with a bad taste and a parched mouth, in a room heavy with stale smoke and unsightly with cigar butts lying everywhere. Suddenly a disgust for the whole habit seized me, and I broke off at once and completely. After a week or so, when the first feeling of seediness and uneasiness and depression had worn away, I found my appetite and concentration and initiative increasing. You will observe that it was not until I began to regard smoking as harmful that I saw it was also filthy. I had a new mind on the subject. I am trying to give my readers a new mind on the subject, and if they had not come to suspect the evil of smoking, they will naturally ask me to prove that it is harmful. Does it do anyone any physical good? Arguments in favor of tobacco for any physical reason are baseless. It does not aid digestion, preserve the teeth, or disinfect, and it is not a remedy for anything. The good it does, and no habit can become general, of course, unless it does apparent good, can only be mental. Let me admit at once that smoking confers mental satisfaction. It seems to give one companionship when one has none, something to do when one is bored, keeps one from feeling hungry when one is hungry, and blunts the edge of hardship and worry. This sums up the agreeable results of tobacco. There are one or two more specialized agreeable results which I can exclude at this moment, because they are only temporary. The results I mention, let me admit at once, are real, and both immediate and apparent. On the other hand, the injurious results, after one has become inured to tobacco poison, are both unapparent and delayed. The physiological action of tobacco. As to the physiological and toxic effects of tobacco, there is much difference of opinion. Everybody knows that the first chew or the first smoke is apt to create nausea, and that no matter how long a man has been smoking, a little lump of the tar which has collected in his pipe will sicken him. Nicotine is in itself highly toxic, but is very volatile, and is absorbed only from the portion of the cigar or cigarette held in the mouth. The products of combustion of tobacco are chemical substances which are also toxic, and nausea naturally stops the smoker before symptoms of acute poisoning result. One must look then for symptoms of slow poisoning. The popular belief that tobacco stunts growth is supported by the fact that non-smokers, observed for 4 years at Yale and Amherst, increased more in weight, height, chest girth, and lung capacity than smokers did in the same period. Every athlete knows that it hurts the wind, that is, injures the ability of the heart to respond quickly to extra work. It also affects the precision of eye and hand. A great billiard player who does not smoke once assured me that he felt sure of winning when his opponent was a smoker. A tennis player began to smoke at the age of 21, and found that men whom he had beaten before with ease could now beat him. Sharpshooters and riflemen know that their shooting is more accurate when they do not smoke. But you may say, the athletes and billiard players and the rest are experts. I am an average man, making average use of my faculties. Besides, I am not contending that excessive smoking isn't injurious, and I will even concede that the limit of excess varies with the man. But is it not true that harmful results of average smoking for the average man are rare? In answer, let me on my side admit that they are, the apparent harmful results. We are, however, very ignorant of the effect of small, continued doses of the various tobacco poisons. All drugs, comparatively harmless, such as lead, mercury, and arsenic, produce a highly injurious effect when taken in repeated small doses. Just what effect the use of tobacco engenders we cannot absolutely know, but no physician doubts that smoking may be a factor in almost any disease from which his patient is suffering. There can be, for instance, no question that smoke, simply as smoke, irritates the mucous membrane of the bronchial tubes and renders them more susceptible to infections. By irritating the mucous membrane of the nose and throat, it tends to produce catarrh, and therefore catarrhal deafness. It would therefore seem fair to state that the man who does not use tobacco is less susceptible to disease and contagion, and recovers more quickly from a serious illness or operation. From this we should expect to find that tobacco shows most in later life, when vitality is ebbing and the machinery of the body is beginning to wear. It is in the middle age that a man begins to feel the harm. In short, though we know only the precise or immediate effect of nicotine, and only some of the morbid processes which excessive smoking may produce, it is likely that the worst aspect of tobacco is something that we do not know very much about, its tendency to reduce a man's general vigour. The dominant characteristic of tobacco is the fact that it heightens blood pressure. The irritant action by which it does this sometimes leads to still more harmful results. Its second action is narcotic. It lessens the connection between the nerve centres and the outside world. These two actions account for all the good and all the bad effects of tobacco. As a narcotic, It temporarily abolishes anxiety and discomfort by making the smoker care less about what is happening to him. But it is a well known law of medicine that all the drugs which in the beginning lessens nerve action increases it in the end. Thus, smoking finally causes apprehension, hyperexcitability, and muscular unrest. Here this inevitable law seems to give contradictory results. Every physician knows that an enormous amount of insomnia is relieved by smoking, even if it is at the expense of laziness the next day. At the same time, every physician knows that most excessive smokers are troubled with insomnia. Cigarettes. In using tobacco, we take the poison into the tissues. The chewer and the snuffer get the effect through the tissue with which the tobacco comes in contact. The cigarette smoker almost invariably inhales, and he gets the most harm merely because the bronchial mucous membranes absorb the poison most rapidly. The tobacco itself is no more harmful than it is in a pipe or cigar. Indeed, it is often less so in the cheaper grades, for being less pure it contains less nicotine. Furthermore, the tobacco is generally drier in a cigarette, and for that reason the combustion is better, for the products of combustion of dry and damp tobacco are not the same. But since it is a little difficult to inhale a pipe or cigar without choking, the smoke products of a pipe or cigar are usually absorbed only by the mouth, nose, and throat, whereas the inhaled smoke of the cigarette is absorbed by the entire area of windpipe and bronchial tubes. If you wish to see how much poison you inhale, try the old experiment of puffing cigarette smoke through a handkerchief, and then, having inhaled the same amount of smoke, blow it out again through another portion of the same handkerchief. The difference in the discoloration will be found to be very marked. You will note that in the second case there is hardly any stain on the handkerchief. The stain is on your windpipe and bronchial tubes. If a man inhales a pipe or cigar, he gets more injury simply because he gets stronger tobacco. But a man never inhales a pipe or a cigar unless he is a smoker of long standing, or unless he has begun with cigarettes. Besides allowing one to inhale, a cigarette engenders more muscular unrest than any other kind of smoke. Because of its shortness, cheapness, and convenience, one lights a cigarette, throws it away, and then lights another. This spasmodic process, constantly repeated, increases the smoker's restlessness, while at the same time satisfying it with a feeling that he is doing something. Yet, despite the fact that cigarette smoking is the worst form of tobacco addiction, virtually all boys who smoke start with cigarettes. It is generally believed that in the immature, the moderate use of tobacco stunts the normal growth of the body and mind, and causes various nervous disturbances, especially of the heart, disturbances which it causes in later life only when smoking has become excessive. That is to say, though a boy's stomach grows tolerant of nicotine to the extent of taking it without protest, the rest of the body keeps on protesting. Furthermore, many businessmen will tell you that tobacco damages a boy's usefulness in his work. This is necessarily so, since anything which lowers vitality creates some kind of incompetence. For the same reason, the boy who smokes excessively not only is unable to work vigorously, but he does not wish to work at all. This result, apparent during growth, is only less apparent after growth, when other causes may step in to neutralize it. Tobacco, in bringing about a depreciation of the nerve cells, brings, together with physical results like insomnia, lowered vitality and restlessness, their moral counterparts like irritability, lack of concentration, desire to avoid responsibility, and to travel the road of least resistance. If there were some instrument to determine it, in my opinion there would be seen a difference of 15% in the general efficiency of smokers and non-smokers. The time is already at hand when smokers will be barred out of positions which demand quick thought and action. Already tobacco is forbidden during working hours in the United States Steel Corporation. Many men were prejudiced against smoking until they went to college. There they found themselves out of it because they did not smoke. More than that, they found that the smoke of social gatherings irritated their eyes and throat. and they thought that smoking might keep them from finding other people's smoke annoying. A man who had left off smoking told me that at the first smoker he attended, afterwards he found the air offensive, and his eyes smarting intolerably, although when he had been helping to create the clouds in which they were sitting, he had not noticed it at all. These two experiences are common. For this reason, the social inducements to smoking are considerably greater than those to drinking. The man who refuses to drink may feel as much out of it as the man who refuses to smoke, but he has ordinarily, and in the presence of gentlemen, no other penalty to pay. He undergoes no discomfort in spending the evening in a roomful of drinkers, and he can manage to find things to drink that will have for them the semblance of good fellowship. It is the social features that attend the acquiring and the leaving off the habit which make smoking difficult to attack. In its present state, even if a boy were thoroughly familiarized in school with the harm tobacco would do him, he would still be seduced by the social side of it. When a habit fosters or traditionally accompanies social intercourse, it is harder to uproot. What grounded opiums so strongly in China was its social side. The Chinese lacked social occupation, and it was not the custom of the country for a man to find it with his friends and family, though no people are more socially inclined. Smoking opium became their chief social activity. They gathered together in the one heated room of the house to gossip over their pipes. We smoke tobacco as the Chinese smoke opium, for company and in company. Thus one must provide strong reasons to make a man give it up. He will not do so because it cost him something. He expects to pay for his pleasures. When a man has actually gone to pieces, it is comparatively easy to convince him that he ought to give up what is hurting him. But the average man has not been excessive enough for that, and has never brought himself to the point of serious conscious injury. Even a physician cannot with any certainty tell the average moderate smoker whether tobacco is hurting him. Consequently, if one would make this man stop smoking, especially when he sees that leaving off has caused some people more apparent discomfort than all their smoking did, one's only chance is to make him change his mental attitude. I hope to assist in doing this by calling attention to the fact that tobacco not only prepares the way for physical diseases of all kinds, as any physician will tell you, but also, as long investigation has shown me, for alcoholism and for drug taking. Tobacco, alcohol, and opium. The relation of tobacco, especially in the form of cigarettes, and alcohol and opium is a very close one. For years I have been dealing with alcoholism and morphinism, have gone into their every phase and aspect, have kept careful and minute details between 6,000 and 7,000 cases, and I have never seen a case, except occasionally with women, which did not have a history of excessive tobacco. It is true that my observations are restricted to cases which need medical help, the neurotic temperaments, but I am prepared to say that for the phlegmatic man, for the man temperamentally moderate, for the outdoor labourer, whose physical exercise tends to counteract the effects of the tobacco and the alcohol he uses, in short, for all men, tobacco is an unfavourable factor which predisposes to worse habits. A boy always starts smoking before he starts drinking. If he is disposed to drink, that disposition will be increased by smoking, because the action of tobacco makes it normal for him to feel the need of stimulation. He is likely to go to alcohol to soothe the muscular unrest, to blunt the irritation he has received from tobacco. From alcohol he goes to morphine for the same reason. The nervous condition due to excessive drinking is allayed by morphine, just as the nervous condition due to excessive smoking is allayed by alcohol. Morphine is the legitimate consequence of alcohol, and alcohol is the legitimate consequence of tobacco. Cigarettes, drink, opium is the logical and regular series. The man predisposed to alcohol by the inheritance of a nervous temperament will, if he uses tobacco at all, almost invariably use it to excess, and this excess creates a restlessness for which alcohol is the natural antidote. The experience of any type of man is that if he takes a drink when he feels he has smoked too much, he finds he can at once begin smoking all over again. For that reason the two go together, and the neurotic type of man too often combines the two. Tobacco thus develops the necessity for alcohol. It is very significant that in dealing with alcoholism no real reform can be expected if the patient does not give up tobacco. Again, most men who have ever used alcohol to excess, if restricted voluntarily or involuntarily, will use tobacco to excess. This excess in tobacco produces a narcotic effect which temporarily blunts the craving for alcohol. Another way of saying the same thing is that when smokers are drunk, they no longer care to smoke, a fact that is a matter of common observation. This means that there is a nervous condition produced alike by alcohol and tobacco. When a man gets it from drinking, he does not keep on trying to get it from smoking. As well as reacting upon each other, the two habits keep each other going. It is not altogether by haphazard association that saloons also sell cigars. They sell them for the same reason that they give away pretzels, to make a man buy more drinks. This relationship between tobacco and alcoholism is not understood by the public. It has been absolutely demonstrated that the continued use of tobacco is a tremendous handicap upon the man who is endeavoring to free himself from the habit of alcoholic indulgence. Only a man of the strongest character will persist in abstaining from alcohol unless he also abstains from tobacco, even after he has undergone the most intelligent medical treatment. In the system of a man already disposed towards alcoholic stimulation, no one thing will prove so positive a factor toward creating the sense of need as the use of tobacco. Physiological action of tobacco is to create muscular, motor unrest. Most habitual smokers consume every day more than enough tobacco to carry them far beyond the point where its stimulating effect ends and its narcotic effect begins. Where this habitually occurs, the definitely toxic effect is notable, and this results in a demand for that stimulation which the tobacco itself once furnished, but now does not. Here is an evil effect of tobacco that is rarely understood and almost never admitted. Opium and cigarettes in China. Current history affords us a striking proof of the closeness of the relation between tobacco and opium. I have spent a good deal of time in the Orient in the interest of those who were trying to subdue the opium evil, and I may add that there is in China today a flourishing American tobacco concern which has grown rich out of the sale of cigarettes. With the extremely cheap Chinese labor, the concern was able to sell 20 cigarettes for a cent of our money. Up to the beginning of this enterprise, about 1900, the Chinese had never used tobacco except in pipes, and in very minute quantities in rolling their own crude cigarettes. The concern was sending salesmen and demonstrators through the country to show the people how to smoke cigarettes. Now it is estimated that one half of the cigarette consumption of the world is in China. In trying to lessen the opium evil, in which they have to a considerable extent succeeded, the Chinese are merely substituting the cigarette evil. It is well known to the confirmed opium smoker that he needs less opium if he smokes cigarettes. The Chinese today are spending twice as much money for tobacco as for opium. I once said to a Chinese public man, "I can help you get rid of the opium habit because you have found that you must get rid of it, but I cannot help you to get rid of the evil you are substituting for it, for not even America has yet found out that she must get rid of it. Your cure, I fear, is worse than your disease, and our disease has no cure until we change our mental attitude." If anyone thinks that China is the gainer by substituting the one drug habit for the other, I beg leave to differ with him. The opium smoker smokes in private with other smokers, and is thus not offensive to other people. He is not injuring non-smokers, or arousing the curiosity of boys, or polluting the atmosphere, or creating a craving in others. In the West, the opium habit is generally condemned because the West is able to look with a new and unbiased mind on a drug habit that is not its own. I consider that cigarette smoking is the greatest vice devastating humanity today, because it is doing more than any other vice to deteriorate the race. Like action of the three habits. The more you compare smoking and drinking and drugging, the more resemblances you see. Opium, like tobacco and alcohol, ceases to stimulate the moment the effect of it is felt. It then becomes a narcotic. The history of the three as a resort in emergency is precisely the same. At the time when the average man feels that he needs his faculties most, he will, if addicted to any of the three, deliberately seek stimulation from it. He does not intend to go on long enough to get the narcotic effect, since that would be clearly defeating his own aims. He means to stop with the stimulant and sedative effect, but that he is unable to do. The inhaler of tobacco gets his effect in precisely the same way that the opium smoker gets his, the rapid absorption by the tissues of the bronchial tubes. It may be news to the average man to hear that the man who smokes opium moderately suffers no more physical deterioration than the man who inhales tobacco moderately. The excessive smoker of cigarettes experiences the same mental and physical disturbance when deprived of them that the opium smoker experiences when deprived of opium. The medical treatment necessary to bring about a physiological change in order to destroy the craving is the same. The effect of giving up the habit is the same: cessation of similar physical and nervous and mental disturbances, gain in bodily weight and energy, and a desire for physical exercise. A like comparison, item for item, may be made with alcohol, but it is the similarity with opium which I wish particularly to emphasize here. Tobacco and moral sensitiveness. Morphine, as is very well known, will distort the moral sense of the best person on earth. It is part of the action of the drug. Since the way morphine gets its narcotic effect is very similar to the way tobacco gets its effect, one would naturally suppose that tobacco would produce, in a milder degree, something of the same moral distortion. This may seem a startling conclusion, but change your mental attitude and observe. Have not smokers undergone a noticeable moral deterioration in at least one particular? They have a callous indifference to the rights of others. This happens with all habitual indulgences, of course, but is it not carried more generally to an extreme with tobacco than with anything else? Few men quarrel with a hostess who does not offer them drinks, but all habitual smokers expect that, regardless of their own desires, she will let them smoke after dinner. "We gave up the fight against tobacco in our drawing rooms long ago," said a famous London hostess. "We found it was a case of no smoke, no men." Respectable men in New York City, who would not dream of deliberately breaking any other law, carry cigars and cigarettes into the subway, despite the fact that it is forbidden, and that it is vitally necessary to keep the air there as pure as possible. A gentleman is more annoyed at being forced to consult another's preference about not smoking than about anything else that could arise in social intercourse, and is often at small pains to conceal his impatience with old-fashioned people who believe they have rights which should be respected. On all sides the attitude seems to be, "What right has anyone to object to my smoking?" The matter is really on the opposite basis: what right has anyone to smoke when other people object to it? If a man must get drunk, we say he shall get drunk where he is a nuisance only to himself, and to others of the same mind. If a man feels the need of interlarding his conversation with obscenity and grossness, we say he may not compel us to listen to him. But a smoker may with impunity pollute the air, offend the nostrils, and generally make himself a nuisance to everybody in his neighbourhood who does not practise his particular vice. Is this not a kind of moral obtuseness? Change your mental attitude and consider. The action of a narcotic produces a peculiar cunning and resource in concealment. It develops, when occasion arises, the desire to deceive, and whether occasion arises or not, the desire to shift obligation and evade direct responsibility. Tobacco does this more mildly than opium, and it does so more appreciably with boys than with men. But as with opium, it is part of the narcotic effect in all cases. Let it always be remembered that if a man smokes and inhales tobacco excessively, he is narcotizing himself more than when he smokes opium moderately. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9. Tobacco and the Future of the Race. Never yet has tobacco done any good to a man. Its direct effect has been harmful to millions, and indirectly it has harmed many other millions by setting up a systematic demand for stimulants. Of all the widely used products of nature, tobacco finds the least excuse in real necessity. Virtually the only medical use to which the active principle of tobacco, nicotine, can be put is the production of nausea, and there are many other drugs that can be used with much better effect for that purpose. If one will study the pharmacopoeia, he will find that, next to prussic acid, nicotine is rated as the most powerful known poison, and is not credited with a single curative property. From a medical point of view, it is valueless. The social standing of the man who took it from the teepees of the North American Indians to England is mainly responsible for its taking root there, for the acquisition of the tobacco habit is a painful process. Nature's revolt against it is much more instinctive than her revolt against alcohol. Furthermore, like any other form of poison, its effects are most immediate and evident upon the young and weak, for they are easier to poison than the mature and strong. The full effect of the tobacco habit is not yet apparent. To one who has made a careful study of the effects of tobacco, the prospect for the future is not encouraging. The habit was already widespread before the extensive manufacture, or even knowledge, of cigarettes was introduced into the United States, and this latter form of smoking, which is easily the most obnoxious and harmful of all, has not yet had time to disclose its full power for injury. For it is in the inhaling of tobacco that the smoker receives his greatest injury, and the habit of inhalation is peculiar to the cigarette smoker. While there are smokers of cigars and pipes who inhale their smoke, it will almost always be found upon investigation that they acquired the habit of inhalation through smoking cigarettes. The average man with a cigarette history gets no pleasure out of smoke which he does not inhale. Even if a cigarette is made of the best tobacco, undrugged, and wrapped in the purest of rice paper, the mere fact that the smoke is almost invariably inhaled suffices to make cigarette smoking the most harmful form of the tobacco habit. Inhalation is harmful because it not only exposes the absorbent tissues of the mouth and upper throat to the smoke, but thrusts the smoke throughout the throat, lungs, and nose, all of which are lined with a specially sensitive membrane of great absorptive capacity. Thus from the smoke of the cigarette the system takes up many times as much poison as it takes up from the uninhaled smoke of the pipe or cigar. Indeed, it may be added that the purer and higher the grade of the tobacco, the more harmful it is to the smoker, for the more it will tempt him into inhalation. Another danger of certain brands of cigarettes, principally the costly imported and specially flavored brands, is that to the extraordinary dangers of nicotine poisoning found in all cigarettes are added in these higher grades the perils of their flavoring materials, from which even so dangerous a drug as opium is not always absent. I believe that the evil effects of tobacco will be much more apparent in the next generation than they are in this, for 40 years ago, when I was a boy, the lad who decided to begin to smoke knew nothing of cigarettes, and had only the pipe and the cheap cigar to choose between, forms so overpowering that they frequently discouraged him at the start. Thus many were undoubtedly saved from the tobacco habit. But now, with mild cigarettes upon the market, at very low prices, and in most states found on sale in every candy store, the situation has perils undreamed of at that earlier period. It is noteworthy that cigarettes are doped expressly to allay nausea, which is the normal effect of tobacco smoking upon the uninured human system, and at the same time to quiet that motor unrest which is the first symptom to follow the introduction of nicotine into the human system. The narcotic effect of the adulterant drugs is therefore to ease the smoker's first pang, and to make him more quickly the victim of the tobacco habit. The smoker of cigarettes gets his narcotic by precisely the same mechanical process through which the opium smoker gets his. The opium smoker would find it far too long and expensive a process to obtain the desired effect from opium by taking it into his stomach. But by burning a very much smaller quantity of the drug and bringing it into contact with the sensitive absorbent tissues of the throat and nose, he obtains the narcotic effect that his system craves. The use of tobacco destroys moral discipline. I am convinced that the use of cigarettes is responsible for the undoing of 75% of the boys who go wrong. Few boys wait until they are mature and their resistance is at its maximum before they begin the use of tobacco. It would be remarkable if they did wait, for their fathers and their older brothers are constantly blowing smoke into their faces. Even where restrictive laws exist, minors find no difficulty in obtaining cigarettes, so that children of the age that is most easily harmed by the use of tobacco now habitually indulge in its most harmful form. There is another unfortunate effect of the use of tobacco by boys. When they begin to smoke, they do so against the wishes and usually against the orders of their parents. This means broken discipline and deception. The boy who endeavors to conceal the fact that he smokes is started along a path that is even more harmful than tobacco. He has to invent excuses for being absent from home, and to explain away the odor of tobacco that is sure to cling to him. And when a boy begins to lie about these things, he will lie about others. So far as truth goes, the bars are down. Furthermore, he has to spend more money. Unless he is one of those unfortunate youths who are not held to a moderate weekly allowance, too often he will resort to dishonest means to obtain the money to satisfy his newly acquired taste. And that is not all. Boys who spend their time in smoking go where they will find other lads also engaged in the forbidden habit. They find congenial groups in pool rooms where they learn to gamble, and in the back rooms of saloons where they learn to drink. The step from the pool room or the saloon to other gambling places and to drinking places frequented by the unworthy of both sexes is an easy one. Thus the boy whose first wrongdoing was the smoking of cigarettes against the wishes of his parents soon becomes the target for all manner of immoral influences. In these days of advanced sociological study, when the mind of the world is set upon efficiency, it is astonishing that so little attention has been given to the effect of tobacco upon the young. To mankind at the present time nothing in the world is so important as the conservation of the boy. Humanity might well make any sacrifice conceivable in order to keep its boys clean. Keeping boys clean means keeping girls clean, and whatever keeps boys and girls clean purifies humanity as a whole. In other words, the boy is the most important thing in the world, and his cleanliness the most vital issue. Setting aside entirely the deleterious effect of nicotine upon his physical system, early smoking, which usually means the cigarette, is the most harmful single influence that is at present working against his welfare. We can appreciate the terrific total harm which tobacco does to youth, however, only when we add the psychological harm and the physical harm together. Everything considered, the question is an appalling one. The temptation to use tobacco. It is impossible to blame most boys very severely for yielding to the smoke temptation. Therefore it becomes a difficult matter to blame them for the wrongdoing which tends to follow it. Their error is only in the continuation of a similar error that their fathers have made before them and now tacitly encourage. It is difficult to make any lad believe that he need not be a fool because his father is one. Yet in most cases, to save a boy from the demonstrable ills of tobacco using entails just this course of reasoning. Orators and essayists from the beginning of time have found a stumbling block in preaching to their followers virtues they admire and value, but do not themselves possess. The father who forbids his son to smoke because it is harmful and expensive, while his own person reeks with it, is not likely to impress the lad very vividly with either the force or the honesty of his argument. More than one parent has found himself abashed in such circumstances by a son with logic and intelligence. For such a parent there is only one really honest course: to admit to his son that he himself has been a fool, but that he does not wish his son to follow in his footsteps. The necessity of education concerning the danger of tobacco. There is no question in my mind that this matter of tobacco should be made the basis of a very thorough educational campaign among the youth of the United States. The shocking spread of the tobacco habit among the women of American cities indicates, moreover, need for extending this education to girls as well. If cleanliness of body is next to godliness, then cleanliness of mind is godliness, and cleanliness of mind, real cleanliness, is impossible while ignorance exists. Nothing in education is more generally neglected than the enlightenment of the young, an enlightenment which can come only from the mouths of elders who are themselves clean, as to the deadly nature of alcohol, habit-forming drugs, and tobacco. I should very much dislike to send a young and impressionable son for instruction in any subject to any teacher, male or female, who used cigarettes. Thousands upon thousands of parents in this country feel as I do on this subject. But while they realize the danger which might result from the influence of a teacher who smokes, they utterly neglect the far more dangerous and powerful influence of a father who smokes. To my mind, however, it is essential that parents should seriously consider the personal character of the men to whom they entrust the education of their boys. But the use of tobacco reaches far beyond the home circle and the schools, and even pollutes the atmosphere of the church itself. There are few clergymen in the United States who do not use tobacco, and so a clean father who rears a clean son is under the tragic necessity of urging his attendance at a dirty church, and later on sending him to be a student in a dirty college, for the simple reason that there are no clean ones. Society seems to have been viciously organized for the destruction of the boy in whom lies its chief hope of preservation and improvement. The boy who keeps clean does so at tremendous odds, to which frequently his father, his school-teacher, and his clergymen are the chief contributors. A dozen times during every day of his life he is subjected to the third degree of temptation, and twice out of 3 times this ordeal is thrust upon him by the very persons who really should do most to safeguard and protect him. And now that society has set its sanction upon the use of tobacco by the women of the nation, he is confronted with the further peril of a mother who smokes. It seems to me that this tobacco question detracts enormously from that very vivid hope we might feel for the rising generation, which is also handicapped with alcohol and drugs. Tobacco addiction more dangerous than drug habit or alcoholism. I have no desire to moralize upon the subject of tobacco. I am not a moralist, but a practical student of cause and effect, urging the elimination of bad causes so that bad effects may be eliminated in turn. A very wide experience in studying the result of the use of narcotics has convinced me that the total harm done by tobacco is greater than that done by alcohol or drugs. Nothing else at the present time is contributing so surely to the degeneration of mankind as tobacco, because, while its damage is less immediately acute than that done by alcohol or habit-forming drugs, it is, aside from its own evil effects, a tremendous contributory factor to the use of both. There is nothing to be said in its favor save that it gives pleasure, and this argument has no more force in the case of tobacco than in the case of opium. Any man who uses tobacco poisons himself, and the very openness and permissibility of the vice serve to make the process of self-poisoning dangerous to the public as well. To sum up, the tobacco habit is useless and harmful to the man who yields to it. It is malodorous and filthy, and therefore an infringement upon the rights and comforts of others. Its relation to alcohol is direct and intimate. When an alcoholic comes to me for treatment, I do not regard my chances of success with him as good unless I can make him see that to abandon smoking is a necessary step in his treatment. My deductions concerning the intimate relationship between the use of tobacco and liquors are the result of years of observation and study; and if it is true that no man whose system is alcoholic is fit to be the father of a child, it is no less true that the habitual smoker is also unworthy to be a guardian of his kind. The alcoholic fiend almost invariably becomes the parent of children provided with defective nervous systems, of children as definitely deformed nervously as they would be physically if born with club feet or hare lips. Chapter 10.
The Sanatorium. There is no class of patients in the world to whom the physician, and especially the physician who conducts the sanatorium, can offer so good an excuse for long continued treatment as to those addicted to the use of drugs. It is certain that a person who makes a weekly charge to such patients is rarely honest with them or tries to shorten their stay. Several years ago, I freely and without reservation gave all the details of my treatment to the medical world, and though many institutions have endeavored to install it as a part of their own curative policy, most have failed. The failure may be attributed principally, if not wholly, to the fact that few have also adopted the necessary principle of a fixed charge, without regard to the length of time the patient is under treatment. The weekly charge, with its attendant temptation to keep the patient as long as possible, has invariably defeated all possibilities of success. There is also a class of institutions in which the cure for the drug habit consists in the administration of the drug itself in a disguised form. In such surroundings a patient will contentedly stay indefinitely, for the chains of his habit bind him to the spot. The very fact that he wishes to stay may be accepted as a proof that he has not been benefited by it. For the man who has been freed from a drug habit desires a normal life in the world. Indeed, only his re-entrance into its turmoil and bustle can set him surely on his feet. The average sanatorium, accustomed to the time-honored and thoroughly established system of making its patients comfortable, in other words, pampering and coddling them, finds it difficult, if not impossible, to conform in every detail to the necessities of a system like mine. Even if the institution is equipped with every possible facility, it is highly probable that the physicians in charge may be mentally unfit for the work. Inured by every detail of their training to methods that make a successful treatment of drugs impossible, they find themselves incapable of changing when confronted by specific cases that demand a radically different treatment. The institutions themselves are equally inadaptable. The sanatorium, it must be remembered, is really a boarding house or hotel, and the business of boarding house or hotel, whether it presents an Epicurean or sanitary bill of fare, or whether its staff is supplemented by trained nurses and physicians or not, remains a boarding house or hotel. Its main province is to keep its paying guests and to make them comfortable. The whole sanatorium situation so far as it relates to the cure of those addicted to the use of drugs and alcohol may be summed up in a few words. The average sanatorium is merely a small colony of drug users. No one can deny that. Now, no man who has been freed from his desire for drugs and no one who is being made uncomfortable by deprivation will remain in such surroundings for any length of time. The natural conclusion is that such institutions are not accomplishing what they have promised to be able to accomplish. The inmates are still drug users. This is not true of American institutions alone. Within a few months, I have had as an 11-day inmate of my own institution a very wealthy man who has made 3 European journeys to find relief from the drug habit, on each journey going the rounds of 6 or 8 celebrated institutions, and taking the treatment of each without result. Successful treatment is brief treatment, and no establishment operating upon a system of weekly charge to patients will make an earnest effort to release these patients as soon as possible. In their desire to make their patients comfortable, and so prolong their stay, their usual quantity of drugs is supplied to them, though of course in some disguised form. There is no other way of accomplishing this. Moreover, so long as a patient is thus kept comfortable, he is unable to describe his symptoms, for he does not feel them. The drug, therefore, hides exactly those details of a man's condition that it is essential for the attending physician to know. In a normal man, the presence of pain is always a guide for a physician, but in a drugged case this is always absent. The constant drugging that conceals the symptoms of organic ailment may permit one of comparative insignificance, at the time a patient entered a sanatorium, to become incurable before he leaves. Thus the result of his stay may mean in the end a serious or even fatal deterioration. And the prolonged stay becomes a means, intentional or unintentional, of mulcting the patient or his friends of money. The sum annually spent in the United States upon useless sanatorium treatment must certainly amount to millions. I have had patients come to me from such institutions, to which they have paid sums as large as $10,000. Wealthy people are especially likely to become victims of this form of rapacity, and a mere glance at some of the receipted bills that I have seen in their possession is enough to stagger a modest financial imagination. The ingenuity with which a sanatorium manager devises "extras" is worthy of the name genius, and the physically incurable patient is often retained in the sanatorium till his money or the money of his friends is exhausted in a needless sacrifice to greed. The physician's attitude toward the drug user. It is also necessary to direct attention to some of the errors of the general medical practitioner who deals with cases of this sort. It is not unnatural for a doctor to hesitate at the thought of surrendering his patient into strange hands. There may be unselfish as well as purely mercenary reasons for this hesitation. The doctor may hope that he himself can aid the sufferer, and may therefore endeavor to administer this treatment either in the patient's home or possibly in his own residence or private hospital. The patient is likely to be as much inclined to this course as the doctor, for the doctor is his friend and confidant, and he dislikes intensely the idea of revealing what he regards as the shameful secret of his enslaved soul to strangers' ears. Treatment in the doctor's or the patient's own environment must of necessity be an expensive matter, but if the patient can afford it, he is likely to desire it. This is most natural, especially if the patient is one of the tens of thousands who have tried the treatment offered by a sanatorium and found it not only valueless but horrifying. There are, too, many patients who from sheer lack of funds naturally desire a home administration of the treatment as a means of saving expense. Of course, many of the most worthy cases are to be found among people of moderate or small means. The drug habit is itself impoverishing. Even so, I find myself irresistibly impelled to advise against any attempt to treat such cases in their own environment, or in any environment improvised by a local doctor. This I do only because I have known so many cases of utter failure, so many cases where the sufferer's final hope has been destroyed by such experiments. Private administration of treatment is not successful. The friendship existing between a physician and his patient must often disarm the former and incapacitate him for the strict dealing that is required in a treatment like mine. The mere fact that in caring for a friend or one of his regular patients the doctor feels unwilling to exact a definite charge in advance is a certain handicap here, as is also the fact that each patient needs continual watching, and no doctor can afford to devote his entire time and constant medical attention to one patient. The average doctor in private practice, moreover, finds it impossible to secure upon demand nurses of sufficient moral responsibility and medical assistants of sufficient technical training to cooperate with him in the work. Above all, I find that only when the patient is on premises other than his own, in unfamiliar surroundings, where he is subject to a strict and inviolable discipline, can the best results be obtained. The doctor who administers this treatment, if he is to win, must have every advantage. Hospital surroundings, unfamiliar nurses, and strange assistant doctors are of great value. But payment in advance may be regarded as the most effective means for inducing the patient to complete the necessary course. An amazing number of people have come to me who have confessed that while they have from time to time tried other treatments, they have never completed one of them. Others come in a skeptical frame of mind. I can mention one such who had been 3 times to Europe, each time on the advice of the very doctor who, as the patient was aware, had been responsible for his forming the habit. No physician in private practice should ever attempt to relieve a patient from a drug habit in a manner incidental to the conduct of his practice, though it is nevertheless true that the temptation for doctors to attempt this are extraordinary. A patient who becomes aware that his physician knows of a treatment which will bring relief is likely to bring to bear upon the physician every possible pressure in the effort to induce him to administer it. The doctor must be liberal indeed who, having made such an attempt and failed to achieve good results with it, will acknowledge that he was mistaken at the start. The necessity of a fixed charge for the treatment. The advantage of a definite charge, paid in advance, was a discovery that I made early in my work. With a large portion of my patients, it would otherwise have been impossible for me to obtain the definite medical result which has characterized my work. It is quite impossible to make an intelligently satisfactory mental or physical diagnosis of any patient brought to me until he has been entirely freed from the drug which he has been taking. As soon as this has been fully accomplished, it is possible to consider the case carefully. It is also necessary to make an invariable rule that no person entering my institution for treatment shall be permitted to come into contact with any other person who is there for treatment, for there can be nothing psychologically worse than the discussion of symptoms and the exchange of experiences among people under treatment. It is also a rule that in the institution, physicians employed in the establishment shall not become intimate with the patients or spend with them any time not necessarily devoted to professional investigation and attendance. Nurses also must be as businesslike as possible in their relationships with patients, and must do as little hand-holding and sympathizing as possible, even in the cases of ultra-nervous women patients. It is a principle of the average sanatorium to encourage the sympathetic nurse. Wittingly or unwittingly, the old-time sanatorium made a practice of manufacturing habitual sanatorium inmates. The most hopeless cases I have ever seen have been those who have become inured to wearing sanatorium stripes. Such will never change their tailor till their pocketbook becomes empty. Another detail of my treatment, not easily compassed in the average sanatorium, is to consider every case as an individual case, to be dealt with individually. In private practice, this is often overlooked, and to this I also attribute many failures in treatment. The individuality of every case must be borne in mind, not only throughout the treatment itself, but afterward, during the period of recuperation. The case itself is sure to indicate in some measure the further treatment which should be followed in a period immediately succeeding the patient's discharge from my institution, and very frequently indicates, in fact, the necessity for consultation with other specialists and for a surgical operation. After the patient has been relieved of drugs, comes the time to begin the necessary physical upbuilding by means of exercise. Although I may have seemed to condemn the sanatorium, I must add now that some institutions are specially qualified to assist in this building up process. Some health building institutions that devote their entire attention to strengthening their patients by means of physical exercise are doing wonderfully good work. The fact that my methods in treating these cases have prevented me, and will prevent me, from becoming directly or indirectly interested in any institution other than my own, in New York City, gives me a freedom in offering advice to patients concerning what they should do after they have left my care, that I should not feel that if my institution were operating upon the old time, keep them as long as you can plan. I find it possible to suggest physical exercise and even professional training to those who especially need it with entire disinterestedness, just as I find it possible to suggest to some an investigation of some religious influence. It must be laid down as an axiom that the patient must have a mental as well as a physical change before the treatment can accomplish all the good of which it is capable. Such a mental change is highly improbable in the comfortable surroundings of the average sanatorium. No man or woman ever achieved it by sitting on a pleasant veranda in an easy chair, exchanging tales of symptoms with other invalids. The reason for the fixed charge. The principal consideration which has influenced me in shaping my policy of a definite charge and limiting the length of stay of my patients has been the fact that I find it impossible when the effect of the drug has been perfectly eliminated to hold most of the patients under restraint. The man who has won freedom from his habit feels sure of himself. He desires to get away, and he is not afraid to go out into the world, where it may be possible for him to get the drug again. He will not yield to the temptation to get it, partly because he will not want it, and partly because he knows the horror of the habit and does not wish to become involved in it again. As a matter of fact, one of the hardest tasks I have is that of inducing people to stay as long with us as they think necessary, although their prolonged stay means no additional payment to us and no additional expense to them. This is one of the principal arguments against colonization, and it is as much an argument against the average municipal or state institution as it is against the average sanatorium. The theory of colonization in this matter is all wrong. The question of a definite charge has as much influence on my own attitude as on that of the patient. From the fact that I know when a patient enters my house that I can get no further money from him or her beyond the advance payment, I gain a distinct advantage. I do not feel it necessary to cater to my patient's whims, nor do I feel it necessary to sacrifice any portion of the necessary routine of the treatment, because the patient may be rich or influential, and may make extraordinary demands upon me. All that I have to do is to go ahead along those lines, which I know are effective and will gain results. The effect of this system is equally admirable upon the members of my medical staff, for our efforts are devoted not to keeping the patient as long as possible for the purpose of increasing revenue, but to get rid of him as quickly as possible, so that the profit will be relatively large. That it is to his advantage, as well as to mine, to see that the treatment is complete and effective before the patient leaves is obvious. These methods take into consideration my own and my patient's psychology. A man who deals with this type of patient needs every advantage which he can get, for invariably he is dealing with abnormalities. Physical defects revealed by treatment. The treatment itself is certain to uncover these abnormalities, revealing whether or not they are due to physical causes. It becomes very quickly evident if there is any real physical reason why a patient is not eligible for treatment, as in the case of an incurable and painful physical ailment. No matter how careful and frank a patient's statements may be, or how elaborate the diagnosis that his physician has transmitted to me, no matter how elaborately careful are the preliminary examinations made by my own physician, it is not until the drug has been entirely eliminated that we find it possible to make a real intelligent diagnosis. The symptoms of disease, however, are sure to appear before the first part of the treatment is completed. It is a standard policy of my hospital at once to inform a patient who has proved to be physically ineligible, and to return to him his fee. This method of procedure has made us careful before accepting patients to study their histories, for naturally we do not wish to do any preliminary work and then return the fee in full. We accept no patient for treatment until we are provided with a careful and detailed history of his case, and it is upon a large collection of such histories that I have based many of the theories embodied in the subject matter of this book. It is especially those detailed histories which have enabled me to fix with some accuracy of judgment the circumstances leading up to the formation of most drug habits. In our invariable practice of returning the fee and discharging the patient whom we find ineligible for treatment, we have surely taken a step in advance. There is scarcely an institution of this sort in the United States to which a patient might write, "I am taking drugs," without receiving in reply the invitation, "Come to us and we will treat you," implying that we will give the treatment whether or not an examination of the patient shows that he is one who can benefit from it. Duty of the medical profession. The victim of drugs, whether he is rich or poor, old or young, good or bad, deserves the public sympathy in a measure scarcely equaled by any other class. These folk are sick folk in every way I can possibly think of. I am attempting to see to it that they are protected by every safeguard from being victimized. It is my hope that through continual and untiring education I may force the state medical institutions throughout the country to assume their rightful responsibility in providing proper care for drug victims who have slight means or none. I purpose to work toward the awakening of the medical profession to its responsibility, not only in regard to the growth of new crops of drug users, but to the care and relief or sequestration from medical practice of those among its own members whose condition warrants action. Perhaps this last step should be the first one to be taken. I have given it much thought, and I can see only one way out of the veritably infernal tangle in which the medical profession has enmeshed itself. That would involve a conference between delegates from the medical societies of the various states to form a plan whereby the medical profession as a whole or in groups might establish and support an institution or a number of institutions. These should be backed by the most eminent and conscientious men in the profession. They should be managed by men fully competent, and should be open not only to physicians who need treatment and are unable to pay for it at a private institution, but to all patients, in the certainty that there they will receive the proper treatment, properly administered, and at a reasonable charge. I propose furthermore that every institution under private management in the United States shall by law be held responsible for its methods of treatment. Legislation to regulate sanatoriums. There should be the most drastic legislation compelling all physicians and institutions accepting this class of patients for treatment to report periodically to the Board of Health, which has jurisdiction in their district whenever, after a 3 weeks medical supervision, they still require the administration of habit-forming drugs. It is only reasonable that any institution accepting a patient for this treatment and failing to secure favorable results within a period of 21 days should report the case to the authorities, giving detailed reasons for the failure of the patient to respond to treatment. The general adoption of this rule of procedure would mean that a class of unfortunates who have never had any protection from any source would be immediately provided with definite medical help. An accompanying provision would insist that patients who for physical reasons are found to be ineligible for treatment, unable, that is, to exist in comfort without regular doses of their drug, will be relieved of all sense of disgrace arising from this necessity, and will be preserved from victimization, and will find it possible to get the drug without difficulty and at reasonable prices, if necessary, from the boards of health themselves. If this plan accomplished nothing more than to prevent the operation of medical fraud against sufferers for a period longer than 3 weeks, it would even then have accomplished an extraordinary good. I have in my present hospital only 50 beds, and as a rule I receive and discharge about 4 patients a day. Were my institution operated along the colonization lines, which are common in the United States, the volume of business which I handle in a year, running well above 1,000 patients, would require not 50 but at least 500 beds, and rooms in proportion. This statement of the exact situation of my institution may possibly explain existing conditions in some others. It must not be understood that I attribute all the efforts at colonizing drug users to unworthy motives. Much of it has been due to the complete ignorance of the medical profession in regard to this form of affliction. Finding itself unable intelligently to cope with conditions, It seeks the line of least resistance and adopts the colonizing sanatorium, with all its evils, as the best plan that can be found. When I first took up this work, I went for information and assistance, not to humble the members of the medical profession, but to the most eminent men whom I could find. Even these men invariably admit their ignorance of the nature of the drug habit and the means for its relief. I was told by some of the best known neurologists in the world that out of the thousands of patients whom they and their confreres have sent to the best known and most conscientiously operated institutions in the country, not one had really been helped. They assured me that if I had found something which would give actual and material aid in any degree to even 5% of the drug victims who were sent to me for treatment, I would be doing more than any man had ever done before. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. Preventive measures for the drug evil. Early in my investigations into the proper facilities for the medical treatment of drug users, it became apparent that this could not be properly carried out in the patient's own environment, in a general hospital where new facilities had not been introduced, or in the usual sanatorium. It became necessary for me then to outline some system by which the medical profession might properly take up the work, and to suggest some basis on which the medical men of various states might combine in an effort to remove the treatment of these sufferers from the hands of the irresponsible. Some, if not the majority, of the worthiest subjects of the drug habit are people who cannot pay large sums or travel long distances in their search for relief. It seemed clear, therefore, that state institutions should be equipped with facilities and knowledge for dealing with this affliction. The need for practical instruction. At the present time there is in existence no clinic or practical place of demonstration where a doctor can get competent instruction in this important branch of medical work. I hope the time will come when it may be possible for me to offer to the medical profession a clinic where the professional student may prepare for this line of effort as effectively as he may now prepare himself for any special work, like nose and throat diseases. This can come about only through some arrangement in which I have no financial interest. Skepticism of the medical profession. I am fully aware that I must first overcome a strong undercurrent of skepticism among the members of the medical profession. The efficacy of the treatment must be proved. Even among the best informed physicians, it is a popular belief that the treatment which I announce as simple is really an impossibility. No matter what the doctor has hoped that he might do, he has been told by textbooks and articles in medical periodicals that it cannot be done. This fallacious teaching must be counteracted before much can be accomplished, and in the progress of the work, many traditions of the profession must be violated. Before he can hope to accomplish anything of importance in the administration of my method of treatment, the physician must understand that the length of time a drug user has been taking the drug, the quantity that he has taken, and the manner of its administration are matters of no consequence. Short histories and small amounts, long histories and large amounts, are all one when it comes to the administration of this treatment. I went to Dr. Richard C. Cabot of Boston with a letter of introduction from Dr. Alexander Lambert of New York, whom he knew well and admired. He listened to my statement of the facts, which I have just set forth. "I have heard what you say, but I shall not believe it until it has been demonstrated to me," he declared. I demonstrated it and convinced him. A similar skepticism remains general throughout the medical profession. The experience that the medical profession has already had in New York State as the result of prohibitive legislation indicates that many problems that arise immediately after the drug is put beyond the reach of those who have acquired the habit. It is only natural that the unscrupulous should seek to take advantage of the opportunities created by this situation. Without proper treatment, a habitual drug user cannot endure the agony of deprivation until a definite physiological change has occurred. so that unless the medical profession is informed of this fact, and the community at large is provided with facilities for the administration of the required treatment, it is almost inevitable that restrictive measures will be followed immediately by the victimization of the unfortunate by the unscrupulous. One detail of the peril to society which may accrue from a general cessation of the drug traffic without the provision of proper facilities for the care of those who have been its victims, is that those who are accustomed to drugs, on being suddenly deprived of them, almost invariably turn to alcohol for stimulation and, without being the least relieved of the drug habit, with abnormal speed become alcoholics. Modern society presents few spectacles of suffering more acute than that endured by the drunken drug fiend. Few persons, moreover, are so dangerous to its welfare. Medical ethics. Constantly I must lay emphasis upon the responsibility of the physician in regard to drug habits. This phase of the subject must be an ever-recurring one, because the whole unpleasant situation has grown out of medical ignorance. While treatment for drug users is at last making headway, for a long time experimentation had no chance, save with a small number of broad-minded and bright-minded doctors who were able to shake off the shackles that held the less intelligent members of their profession. When I made public the formulas of my treatment, I did not understand this phase of medical ethics. I assumed that certain dangers might arise from the probable activities of the omnipresent medical faker, who, without any genuine effort to administer my treatment properly, would advertise it widely, and thus victimize the innocent. I also assumed that the medical profession would eagerly grasp the idea, put the treatment into operation, to their own benefit and that of the world at large, and by the very beneficence of their work far more than offset the harm the charlatans would do. Both of these assumptions proved incorrect. The fakers avoided even counterfeiting my treatment, because the articles which had announced it in the medical and lay press had made its brevity clear to the public. They did not care to promote any treatment in which their victims would be justified in demanding immediate relief. From that real peril the community was thus saved. But the general indifference of the medical profession was equally surprising and at first somewhat discouraging. I have since decided, however, that this was perhaps fortunate, for as the work develops, it becomes more and more apparent that it is strictly hospital treatment, and cannot often be successfully administered in the environment of the home or in the regular course of a general practitioner's daily work. In another part of this book, I shall have more to say about the medical buzzards who, working outside of medical ethics, and in defiance of the usual admirable spirit of the profession as a whole, without regard to financial or ethical honesty, indulge in whatever practices seem to promise them the greatest profit. How dangerous these men are not only to the patient, but to the profession has many times been illustrated. Various medical discoveries imported from abroad, or achieved and announced by eminent American medical men, have brought flocks of unscrupulous practitioners to New York, not with the progressive desire to study and honestly apply these new theories for the benefit of their patients, but with the idea of learning barely enough about them to enable them to offer credulous sufferers cheap and worthless counterfeits at exorbitant rates. Where secret methods have been heralded, they have bid against one another frantically to secure locality privileges, working to this end with all the fierce competitive enthusiasm shown by eager commercialists seeking county rights to a practical and popular patent flat iron. It is my earnest hope that the wave of reform which has begun in New York State, and which will undoubtedly carry new and effective drug legislation into every state of the Union before it loses its forward impulse, may not revitalize these unworthy schemers. It was partly the hope of preventing this evil that led to the writing of this book. The progress of intelligent legislation will fill the land with much suffering from the tortures of drug deprivation. Therefore, events have placed a solemn obligation upon the medical profession to satisfy itself of the efficacy of my treatment, even though a new organization for that purpose should be necessary. After the profession is assured of the value of the treatment, many should achieve competence in its administration. Then it will become a matter of duty to see that every community is provided with facilities and a staff of experts sufficient to meet the special needs that may arise there. If such an organization should be formed, I should be glad to devote my services to it. The author's experience with the drug habit. My opportunities for observation in this field have extended over 14 years of constant study. They have included investigations in the Orient and Europe, as well as in the United States, and have dealt with patients of every class. Early in my work, I found it difficult to secure subjects, and presently saw that I could do so only by personally searching the underworld for them. It was a complicated task, full of unexpected problems. As I could not engage salaried people for the carrying out of the details of the treatment, it became necessary for me to do everything except the medical work, and to assume all except the medical responsibility. But what I at first deemed a hardship proved in the end to be an advantage, for if I had had plenty of money with which to carry on my work, I should never have mastered its details. It may be that the need for making the work strictly self-supporting from the start led to one of my first important psychological discoveries: that any person worth saving is either able to pay a reasonable amount for treatment, or can make the price of it a deferred obligation of such a character that it will certainly be met. The experience from which this and other statements in this book have been deduced is not an experience gained from casual or even regular daily calls of a few minutes or a few hours upon the patients under treatment, but is due to years in which I have frequently spent 22 hours out of every 24 in the same building with them and subject to their constant call. After having proved the efficacy of treatment at home, it seemed advisable to make a journey to the Orient, where drug habits were notoriously more common than elsewhere. It was the desire to study them at first hand, and literally by wholesale, which led me to China, where I opened 3 hospitals, and in the course of 11 months supervised the treatment for the opium habit of over 4,000 Chinese. During this period I treated all who presented themselves. The ages of those to whom relief was given ranged from 18 to 76. Among the 4,000 patients, not one fatality occurred, although many of them were extreme cases, and I was able to obtain the assistance of only one foreign physician who could be considered responsible. The rest of the work was done by untrained Chinese boys who administered the capsules at stated hours, and not one of whom was capable of intelligently counting a patient's pulse. I have said that not one fatality occurred. It is pleasant for me to add that during the whole 14 years of my practice, although I have had thousands under treatment, many of them in exceedingly bad physical condition at the time the treatment was begun, and with their drug symptoms complicated by various and serious physical ailments, and often accented by alcoholism, only 4 cases have died. Successful achievements in the cure of drug users. A new precedent had been established, with cases of this character, in the course of my hospital experience. For the first time, the treatment has been reduced to a definite hospital system, during which the resident physician is never divorced from his patient, and in the course of which complete and elaborate bedside histories and charts are kept. I have in my possession at the present moment the complete bedside notes of every patient to whom my treatment has ever been administered. I call attention to this fact because it shows that the work has not been hit or miss, but has been as carefully systematized and made as highly scientific as has been possible to make it. A second precedent has been set, as is proved by the fact that within a brief time, any case of drug or alcohol habit that is not complicated by physical disabilities due to other causes can be successfully treated in a few days without heroic methods and without risk. This has at once proved the fallacy of old methods. It has demonstrated how false, for instance, is the principle of colonization. As I have said, drug cases should never be colonized, and among alcoholics, only the absolutely hopeless inebriate should be subject to this method of treatment. With the latter, of course, there is no chance of real relief, so that here colonization offers a means of relieving society of all the burden upon the police which the inebriate's freedom necessarily implies, and from a large part of the economic burden which his existence entails upon the community. Making sanatorium convicts. For drug users, colonization is the worst possible treatment that can be followed. From what I have known of the conduct of the average sanatorium at this time in the United States, I feel absolutely certain that no person can possibly be helped if sent there, and I am convinced that definite and virtually incalculable harm would be the most inevitable result of following such a course. Drug users, as well as alcoholics, who are sent officially or otherwise to institutions of this character, become what are called sanatorium convicts. These cases are virtually hopeless, and are little less pitiable than that of the lifer in prison. There are in the United States many people of the better class who through no fault of their own have become afflicted with the drug habit, and who have drifted from bad to worse until a sanatorium has been the only recourse left. Treatment for drug and alcohol habits and treatment tending toward the recuperation of the patient cannot be carried out together with one patient or even simultaneously with several patients in the same institution. An understanding of this fact has placed me in an advantageous position for giving advice about whatever remains to be done when a patient is ready to leave my hospital. I have always worked in the closest and most perfect harmony with physicians who have sent cases to me, and have never permitted any of the doctors employed in my institution to visit a patient who has left my care. On the other hand, no physician who has brought a patient to my hospital has ever been divorced from him as a result of his stay with us. Accurate diagnosis possible after treatment. Physical revelations which follow the unpoisoning of patients frequently startle the patients themselves, as well as the physicians who have their well-being in charge for long periods. Nor are the mental revelations less astonishing. There have been many cases, after the unpoisoning was complete, in which a man or a woman has been found to be as seriously ailing mentally as others have been found ailing physically. Drugs and alcohol, especially drugs, have frequently been responsible for extraordinary mental and moral twists. But it must be maintained that the use of drug or liquor is usually the result rather than the cause of such conditions. There are many cases in which no type of medical help will bring about satisfactory permanent results, though other victims, after the elimination of alcohol or narcotics, quickly take their places as useful and admirable members of society. The problem confronting the physiologist after a patient has been relieved of a drug or drink habit is comparatively simple. If this relief makes diagnosis possible and reveals the existence of an unsuspected but curable ailment, the course to follow is obvious. With the psychologist, the problem is frequently far more complicated. The useless citizen who becomes a drug or drink user will remain a useless citizen after the drug or drink habit has been eliminated. To this class belong most of those who readily relapse into their old habits after the systems have been thoroughly cleared of the physiological demand for the substance of their habit. Thus perhaps the most important query of the psychologist interested in this work must ask after the treatment of a patient is, what is left of value, and what can be done with it? It is a curious fact that usually more is left in the case of a poor than in the case of a rich patient. No one is so hopeless as the vagrant rich. No man will ever make a reputation in work of this character who deals wholly or principally with people to whom money has no value. Unpoisoning the user is only the first step. My work has brought me to the conclusion that few physicians seem able accurately to classify their own patients. Even the specialists in psychology, who should be able to weigh all of the details of men's mental and moral as well as physical being, seems likely to go astray when he considers a psychology that has been affected either by drink or drugs. Many physicians seem to be imbued with the idea that after a patient has been through the process of treatment for a drug or drink habit, he will be entirely made over, but the fact is that the elimination of drugs or drink from a degenerate will not eliminate degeneracy. Nothing, in fact, will eliminate it except stopping the breeding of degenerates. In my work I have found it necessary sometimes to seek advice from as many as half a dozen physical and psychological specialists in connection with one case. While instances have been very numerous, in which several specialists have been really required for the welfare of the patient, the need had been so thoroughly concealed by the patient's drug habit that it was not apparent until the effect of the drugs was thoroughly eliminated. Necessity for careful psychological study. In most instances, expert treatment for the medical condition after drug or drink elimination is as essential as expert attention from the doctor of medicine, and if success is to be achieved, must be regarded as an entirely separate task. Habitual users of drug or drink are literally human derelicts. The symptoms of their true condition are submerged, and to clear them of their concealed weaknesses, it is necessary to lift them like a barnacle-ridden hulk into the dry dock for investigation and repair. I regard as a preferred risk, among the victims of the drug habits, those who have acquired it through the administration of a narcotic by physicians in time of pain or illness. Such a case, if treated before too great a deterioration has taken place, may be considered almost certain of relief, provided no other ailment discloses itself. On the other hand, where the drug habit is the direct or indirect result of alcoholic dissipation or sexual excesses, or is a social vice, the case is extra hazardous. Here the lack of moral standards and the loss of pride are serious handicaps. These matters are of extreme importance to the physician who is considering the care or treatment of cases of a drug habit. That he should classify his subjects of investigation, recognizing the hopeful ones and admitting the hopeless to be hopeless, is essential to successful work. He must know the material with which he has to work. Familiarity with his material is as necessary to him as it is to the carpenter. Many cases have been brought to us that we have declined to accept because we could hope to accomplish nothing with them. Not long after I began my work, I tried to help a man against my better judgment. I felt reasonably sure that he lacked the worthy qualities that would make him cling to and appreciate whatever advantages the treatment might afford. My estimate of his character proved to be correct. The man relapsed, and became a traveling liability on me, a reproach against my institution and my treatment. The hopeless case. I have already said that the idle rich, to whom money has no value, cannot usually be classed among hopeful subjects for treatment. The same may be said of those for whom others take financial responsibility, paying the cost of their treatment. If such cases do not already belong in the human scrap heap, this mistaken kindness is very likely to place them there. However, I believe that those among this class who have become public charges and refuse to work should be forced to do so by state or municipal authority. Society or their own families should not bear the burden of their useless existence. They should be segregated in some place where they will be physically comfortable, where they may be made industrious and useful, and where a separation of the sexes will prevent the increase of their worthless kind. My judgment is that the man or the woman who through the vagaries of his or her own disposition has once been forced to wear the stripes of disgrace is likely to employ the same tailor during the rest of his or her life. Such persons will become permanent boarders at one or another of the places provided for the seclusion of the worthless. It is well that where they are first sequestered, they should be permanently kept. Through this course alone, society will be spared the periodical havoc they will be sure to work during their intervals of freedom. Impersonal relations between physician and patient necessary. Certain dangers inevitably arise where an intimacy exists between doctor and patient, since few physicians are morally so constituted that they will order a prosperous patient to do this or that or find another physician. In other words, Instances have not been uncommon where the toleration of physicians for unfortunate practices among their patients has had its basis, and perhaps one not entirely inexcusable in these days of high pressure from professional competition in self-interest. Social relations also have often led physicians to tolerate practices that they knew to be harmful to their patients and to the community. A patient who is a member of an influential club or a fashionable church is likely to be an asset of exceptional value to the physician whom he patronizes, for he is likely to recommend him to his friends. Good business management on the physician's part leads him to keep such a patient good-natured and comfortable, and to keep him comfortable means, among other things, to keep him free from pain. Where the patient suffers from an incurable malady, the use of drugs is not only excusable, but commendable. But instances are all too frequent where the malady is not incurable, but only puzzling and beyond the average practitioner's power of diagnosis, so that he covers up his ignorance by the administration of pain-deadening substances. Patients who invariably and promptly pay their bills are sometimes in a position where they can tell a doctor what to do, whereas it should be the doctor's unalterable resolution to retain the upper hand. Instances of this kind are far less grave in connection with the use of alcohol than in the connection with the use of drugs. The physician may be said almost never to play any part in the establishment of an alcoholic habit among his patients, while he has surely played a most important part in the spread of drug habits. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. Classification of habit-forming drugs. Opium is the basis of almost all the habit-forming drugs. There is no other drug known to the pharmacist that has a similar action or can be used as a substitute when a definite tolerance of it has been established. The chemists have given us more than 20 different salts or alkaloids of opium in various forms and under as many different trade names, and I regret to say that they are busy working in their laboratories to put upon the market injurious drugs under various supposedly harmless disguises, but intended in the end only to deceive. Morphine. Morphine is the active principle of opium, and until a few years ago, only crude opium or morphine was used for medical requirements. Morphine is intrinsically far worse than opium itself, for opium has certain properties which probably counteract the effect of the morphine that it contains. But morphine is not only the active principle, but the actively evil principle of the drug. The user of morphine always retains his faculties. He is usually capable of intelligent conversation. Unlike the alcoholic's brain, his is not inflamed. It is impossible for the physician intelligently to discuss his symptoms with an alcoholic. With a victim of drugs, on the other hand, he can thresh out every detail of the case. Later, codeine was placed upon the market, supposedly an innocent alkaloid of opium, non-habit forming, but still capable of eliminating pain and suffering due to illness or injury. After taking up this work, my investigation soon led me to realize that it was not the quantity of the drug taken which produced the drug habit, but the regularity of the dosage. I also found from my clinical comparisons that codeine has only 1/8 the strength of morphine, yet in the end just as surely a producer of the drug habit similar to that of morphine itself. Heroin. At this writing, the most harmful form of opiate with which we have to deal with is heroin. This preparation of morphine was first put upon the market by German chemists about 15 years ago, the word heroin being nothing more than a trade name. It was first used in cough mixtures, and was widely discussed in the medical and pharmaceutical press, where it was claimed that all the harm of morphine had virtually been eliminated in this product, which, without having the depressing effects of morphine, at the same time preserved its stimulating effect. A great number of physicians themselves have acquired the habit of taking opiates in this form, believing at the outset that they were not harmful drugs. My investigation soon showed me that heroin is 3 times as strong as morphine in its action, and for that reason its use sets up definite tolerance more quickly than any other form of opiate. For the same reason, it shows more quickly a deleterious effect upon the human system, the mental, moral, and physical deterioration of its takers being more marked than in the case of any other form of opiate. Until the federal pure food law was passed, we did not know that many of the well-known advertised medical preparations contain quantities of various salts or alkaloids of opium. The unsuspecting users of patent medicine were making themselves confirmed drug users unwittingly, and did not realize how necessary the habit had become to them until for one reason or another they had been deprived of their usual daily dosage. The reader may imagine my surprise when, although a layman, I found that the physician, to whom we had looked for guidance in administering and prescribing these drugs, knew nothing about them beyond their physiological action, that their medical training both in college and in clinics had left them in virtual ignorance of the whole question. The physician freely prescribed or administered these various drugs, while laymen were able to buy over the counters of druggists prescriptions containing definite quantities of them. Unknowingly, the doctor and the druggist were creating great numbers of drug fiends. Physicians do not yet know over how long a period such drugs can be administered in regular daily dosage without setting up a tolerance, after which the patient cannot be deprived of the drug. If the public had been better advised on this subject, it would have been able to protect itself and would have been more careful about what it took. Cocaine. Outside the opium group, there is at present only one other drug that must be considered as habit-forming, and that is cocaine. The prostitution of this drug from its proper uses is absolutely inexcusable. It was first used medicinally about 30 years ago, and as an anesthetic only. Its administration upon the nose by specialists in that field of surgery soon established the fact that it not only deadened tissue, but set up a certain stimulation for which the time being made one feel abnormally strong or mentally active. This was the beginning of its common use in the shape of so-called catarrh cures. Only a small quantity, from 5 to 10%, was used. The tissue of the nose is very susceptible to the action of drugs. When it is applied in this way, the circulation takes up the drug as quickly as if taken hypodermically. Unscrupulous chemists and physicians have unloaded upon the world a drug which is beneficial when taken medicinally, but one that has reaped a harvest of irresponsible victims, in which murder, all forms of crime, and mental and moral degeneracy have conspicuously figured, and all for financial gain. The habit was first generally spread through the medium of catarrh cures. Cocaine contracts and deadens the tissue with which it comes in contact, and thus, as in the case of catarrh, relieves the patient from discomfort, making him feel, indeed, as if there were no nose on his face. Its effect, however, lasts only from 20 to 30 minutes. This is one of the reasons why the cocaine habit is so easily formed. A man taking any powerful stimulant is sure to feel a corresponding depression when the effect of that stimulant has died away, and it then becomes necessary for him to take more of the drug in order to buoy himself up and restore himself to the point of normality. It is among cocaine users, therefore, not a yearning for any abnormally pleasurable sensation which sends them back again and again to their dosage, but merely their desire to be measurably restored to the comfort which is natural to the normal state. This must be apparent, however, that as soon as it has become necessary for anyone to resort to the use of a drug in order to rise to the normal, there has been a marked depreciation, physical or mental, and probably both. This explains the fact that many criminals are found to be cocaine users. No drug so quickly brings about a mental and physical deterioration. It is virtually certain to be a shortcut to one of two public institutions, the prison or the madhouse. It will send the average person to the prison first because it is an expensive drug, and the craving for it more than likely to exhaust his financial resources, and then drive him to theft. It is the most expensive of all drug habits. I have known victims who have habitually used 120 grains a day, at a cost of about $70 a week. This undoubtedly explains the great number who have been made criminals by using cocaine. One who uses it thereby diminishes his earning capacity, while, on the other hand, one who must have it must have money, and much of it. It may be that this matter of cost explains why the underworld has suddenly taken up heroin instead of cocaine. The former is much cheaper. Hypnotics. While I have only touched upon the opium group and cocaine, I wish to put myself on record now as saying that there is no class of drugs so sure in the end to bring about a deterioration of physical being as the frequent use of the hypnotic group or coal tar products, the sleep producers. I have never seen more pitiable cases than those who have come to me after they have been taking regularly, during a considerable period, some cure for sleeplessness. This habit not only produces an extreme narcotic condition, but changes the entire temperament of a person. It will turn the most beautiful character into an extreme case of moral degeneracy. Insomnia, headaches, and such ailments spring from a disorganized physical condition. Trying to alleviate them by the use of powerful drugs does not remove the cause, but compounds the physical disabilities which produce these unfortunate physical results. Some day I hope to see as stringent a legal regulation of the sale of these drugs used for this common purpose as there now is of opium and its products and cocaine. Sleeping powders or hypnotics. The time cannot be far distant when both federal and state governments will recognize the danger that lies in the unrestricted sale by druggists and the uncurbed administration by physicians of sleeping powders or hypnotics. It cannot be denied by anyone who is thoroughly familiar with the subject of habit-forming drugs that in such substances may lie a peril comparable to that inherent in cocaine and opium compounds. Hypnotics of many varieties can be obtained at any drugstore in the United States without a doctor's certificate. The sale of bromides is absolutely unrestricted. The many and varied coal tar products, of which veronal is the leader, with trional, sufanol, medinol as close followers, and the numerous proprietary remedies, such as somnos, neurondia, bromidia, Peacock's bromides, etc., may be mentioned as preparations which are widely advertised and openly and energetically sold, and all of which are definitely dangerous. Coal tar products. Preparations for headaches and neuralgia are notably dangerous. There can be no doubt of the necessity for legal restriction of the sale of anticamnia, phenalgin, orangine, Kohler's headache remedy, shac, all coal tar products, notable for their production of anemia and depression, and undoubtedly responsible for the presence of many men and women in the madhouses of the land. The chemist whose genius is responsible for the introduction of caffeine to overcome the depressing effect of some of the other component parts of these preparations has put hundreds of thousands of dollars into the pockets of the manufacturing druggists, and has saddled the world with a great and unnecessary weight of physical and mental degeneration. The peril of the drugstore. Not least among these preparations that have most importantly contributed to the tragic army of drug users in the United States have been various diarrhea remedies and other bowel correctives containing a large amount of straight opium. Morphine, opium, and heroin appear in many cough mixtures in habit-forming quantities and are offered for sale everywhere save in New York State, where recent legislation somewhat restricts the traffic. Indeed, in every state except New York, there are few druggists who do not make up and sell preparations of their own containing codeine, morphine, heroin, or some of the derivatives of opium. No druggist has a right to prescribe any of these powerful drugs. The American public has fallen into the bad habit of trusting the druggist when it should go to the physician. A dozen times every day, in the experience of the average American druggist, a customer enters who says, "I want something to make me sleep," or "I want something to cure my headache," without hesitation and without blame, for with him the custom has probably been unconsciously built up. The druggist reaches for his shelf and dispenses preparations in which the utmost peril lurks, preparations containing ingredients which should be sold only on the prescription of a physician. Under the present law, as I think it exists in every state, druggists cannot prescribe, but they can advise customers to purchase advertised preparations and those which they themselves compound. Only a very powerful drug can stop a headache as quickly and completely as Americans have come to demand. The preparation must be strong enough to deaden disordered nerves, and being chosen because it will be generally effective, not selectively effective, as in the case of a remedy chosen after an intelligent diagnosis has revealed the nature of the trouble to be treated, it is virtually certain to have no curative qualities whatever. Hundreds of deaths have resulted from unwisely experimenting with such preparations. Most of us have peculiar idiosyncrasies with regard to certain drugs. I have seen patients who could not take so much as 2 grains of veronal or trianol without flushing, itching, and similar symptoms. With such people, large doses might bring about serious results and even death. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13. Psychology of Addiction. The common idea that one who is struggling with a drug or alcohol habit needs sympathy and psychological encouragement is totally at variance with the facts. No one has ever accomplished anything worthwhile by holding the hand of an alcoholic, and anyone who is endeavoring to help a case of this sort will find himself instantly and seriously handicapped if he puts himself in intimate personal relationship with his patient. Social intercourse in any degree should be tabooed. The physician should never take a meal with any of his patients, or visit a theater with them, or take a drive with them. I have never made a friend of one of my patients, although among them have been many whom I should be glad to number among my friends, and no man would go further to help them than I. Personally, I have never been an excessive alcoholic. It is an interesting fact that many men endeavoring to deal with people of this class use as a bait the statement that they themselves have been victims. Their usual claim is that they first cured themselves and then took up the work of curing others. I remember a meeting of social service workers in Boston that I was invited to address. I made a statement to this effect in the course of my talk, and greatly offended a previous speaker who had omitted the usual professional patter concerning his original self-cure. I was quite willing to compare with him the results of our methods of treatment, but had no opportunity so to do. Hereditary tendencies toward addiction and impossibility. It is absolutely essential that the man who wishes to help another who has lost control must first accurately understand not only his mental imperfection, if there is any, but his general psychological state. The line between sobriety and drunkenness in the man who has once lost control is almost indistinguishable. It is impossible, when talking with him, to be sure whether you are talking with the normal mind or with the alcoholic mind. Having once made certain that it is the normal mind to which you are presenting your arguments, your next necessary step is to strip away every mental reservation. Thousands of men who have honestly desired to leave off alcohol have been prevented from doing so by their own secretiveness. It is this mental reservation which has been responsible for many of the failures of my treatment. While the absolute inheritance of a craving for alcohol is, in my experience, a rare thing, so rare as to seem almost negligible, there is no doubt, on the other hand, that many men and women inherit imperfect nervous systems. An imperfect nervous system, if it knew the reason for its own imperfections, might naturally crave alcohol. But inasmuch as such an imperfect system is not naturally accompanied by this instinctive knowledge, the theory of hereditary alcoholic craving must be set aside as untenable. I absolutely deny, therefore, the possibility of such hereditary tendencies. I know that by doing so, I may cause acute mental discomfort to those who have made of heredity an excuse for their errors not only to their friends, but in their own minds. The old cloak of heredity has been worn to tatters and must be discarded. Who among us cannot follow up the branches of his family tree and find somewhere upon one side or the other a person of alcoholic tendencies? In 90 families out of 100, any one who looks can find such an excuse for his own weakness. In thousands of instances, physicians have taken seriously such excuses offered by their patients, but the doctor who listens to his patient's babble of heredity is sure to be misled, and the patient who believes this too commonly accepted theory robs himself of his strongest weapon against alcohol, his own conviction of his personal responsibility and power for self-help. Alcoholism as a disease. We hear much sympathetic talk of the disease of alcoholism. This is only in a sense true. It is not a case of helpless chance, for the difficulty has been manufactured and developed by man himself. The alcoholic, mentally weakened by the reaction of the stimulant, is, of all people, most likely to exhibit that most striking evidence of weakness, a craving for sympathy rather than for blame. Habitual alcoholics continually plead for sympathy with mothers, fathers, wives, and friends, and too often they are granted not only pity, but, what is worse, toleration. The sanatorium promoters and proprietors of fake cures continually harp on alcoholism as a disease, and even a few scientists who should know better have been misled into an acceptance of this theory. Doctors should be the first to knock from under their patients the psychologically harmful props of the heredity theories. The first thing a physician must do when dealing with an alcoholic is to cut every string of excuse which lies between him and his habit. He must leave nothing of this sort to which the drinker may cling. Sickness, worry, unhappy circumstances of whatever sort, must immediately be eliminated as excuses for alcoholic indulgence. If they are not, the patient, although he may gain for a time the mastery over his habit, will presently be certain to find an excuse in his own mind to justify a return to it. Then will come a new downfall. There must be no reservations either in the attitude of the doctor or his patient, or in the mental attitude of the patient toward himself. Mental attitude of vital consideration. The possibilities of medical help for the alcoholic have been exhausted when the patient has been freed from the effect of the stimulant and put in a physical condition wherein he feels no inclination toward more alcohol. Great psychological assistance may accompany this definite medical treatment when the patient's physical craving for alcohol has once been eliminated, if the physician brings him into a mental state which gives him confidence in his own ability to keep away from stimulants in the future. I cannot too strongly emphasize the fact that no cure exists, or ever will exist, for alcoholism. Its effects may be eliminated, and the victim's physical condition becomes so greatly improved that weakness will not make him yearn for stimulation. But this does not constitute a cure. Nothing except a man's own mind, whether the treatment extends over 6 weeks, 6 months, or 6 years, can ever relieve him of the danger of a relapse into alcoholism. In most cases, a definite medical treatment is the intelligent beginning of help, but no medical treatment, no matter how successful, can compass that victory which a man must win by means of his own determination. The chronic alcoholic. The physician still regards such cases only from the point of view of physical hazard. It is my opinion that in alcoholic cases the physical hazard is the matter of least importance, and that the world at large has devoted altogether too much effort to its endeavors to preserve chronic alcoholics, just as it has devoted far too little effort to rescue the victims of drugs. It is my opinion that among alcoholics, no matter how worthy they may have been before they lost control, not more than 25% of those whose addiction has become chronic are curable. That is to say, promise any reward whatever for salvage work. The world must remember that the inflamed brain leads to everything on earth which is not worth while, and therefore that the man whose brain has for any considerable period of time been in this condition must have enormously deteriorated. It must also be remembered that at least 1/2 of the world's chronic alcoholics have syphilitic histories. The alcoholic is usually susceptible to the advances of any woman whatsoever, and as a rule devotes less than the normal attention to his own wife. To set out to reclaim a chronic alcoholic is, therefore, to set out to reform a man who has been weakened morally and mentally as well as physically. In dealing with such people, were the matter left entirely to me, drastic measures would be taken. It is my belief that the hopeless inebriate should be unsexed, not because of the danger that if left sexually normal he might transmit his alcoholic tendencies by heredity to his offspring, but because he is a liability at best, and to leave him normal adds to his potentiality for waste and evil. Children born of alcoholic-tainted parentage are not specially likely, I think, to yield to alcoholic and tobacco tendencies, but they are apt to lack vitality and mental stamina, so that the probability of their making worthy records is small. If we go one step beyond syphilis and consider other venereal diseases, we shall undoubtedly discover that not 25 but 90% of chronic alcoholics, excluding women, have been victims of gonorrhea. I am told that modern science is recognizing this disease, which was once regarded as of slight importance, an inevitable experience of youth, and something to be accepted and regarded lightly, as an ailment of nearly as vicious an influence upon the race as is syphilis. Therefore, I have become convinced that the salvage of alcoholic derelicts is of vastly less importance than prevention at the outset. This principle is being more and more generally recognized throughout the world. It stands behind sanitation and all preventive medicine, and it will before long be recognized in connection with the problem of alcohol. Thus the battle against alcohol will become, as the battle against tuberculosis has become, a campaign of education. It is my belief that every community should have an institution in which hopeless inebriates may be kept away from their cups and away from sexual association. There they should be put at useful occupations. Full advantage should be taken of whatever productive capacity alcohol may have left in them, and they should be maintained in a state as happy as their capabilities may permit until they mercifully die. Their segregation would not prevent hereditary drunkenness, for there is, as I have said, no such thing as an hereditary drunkard, but it would prevent the transmission of imperfect nervous systems and depleted intellect and willpower. Self-confidence necessary. Involved in helping these cases, my investigations have shown me that when once it is determined on reasonable evidence that a man is curable, the first effort should be devoted to re-establishing his confidence in himself. he should be given a new mind upon the subject of drink and general self-indulgence. It does little good to free a man from alcohol if his mental state is so poor that he will celebrate this boon by again making himself a voluntary victim of the habit. It is for this reason that I have found the least hopeful work in reclamation to be that which is conducted among the idle rich. The alcoholic idle poor are virtually hopeless. The alcoholic idle rich are absolutely hopeless. To the reform of the drunkard, mental and physical occupation and some sense of moral responsibility are imperative. It is because of these things that I have deliberately and persistently refused to use the word cure in connection with my treatment. A man cannot be cured of alcoholism. He can be given medical aid which will restore his self-control. The ordinary methods in vogue for the reclamation of alcoholics are pitifully futile. The greatest mistake of all is that workers never finish with those whom they are endeavoring to help. One must finish with the alcoholic promptly and conclusively. I have found that alcoholics taking treatment at my hospital must understand that I do not wish to hear from them after they have left my care, that I do not wish to know if they have yielded to new madnesses and relapsed into alcoholism. It is specially important for an alcoholic to learn that at a certain point society will have had enough of him. Fathers must break with alcoholic sons and daughters. Mothers must break with alcoholic children. Wives and husbands must be freed from alcoholic mates. Charitable institutions must be rid of alcoholic derelicts. Society itself must be rid of this waste material after it has ascertained that their cases are hopeless and has provided comfortable sequestration for them. The drunkard who can be saved. Now let us turn to the vast army of people who are worth while, but who, nevertheless, have, through mistakes common to our society, become victims of the alcoholic habit. It would almost seem that the incurables among alcoholics have received more consideration from the kindly-minded, and even from the scientifically inclined, than have the curables. The curable among alcoholics are intense and pitiable sufferers. They have never had real help. They have been penalized. The poor among them have been colonized in harmful state institutions by the public authorities. The rich among them have been placed in equally harmful private institutions by their relatives and friends. The alcoholic who is punished by incarceration in a cell is harmed, not helped, by it. The man who on the mythical chance of reform is shunted off to a state establishment, or who is sent by prosperous friends to board at some expensive sanatorium, stands to lose, not to gain, by his experience. These methods merely beg the question. They recognize the drunkard as a liability and put him out of sight. They do nothing toward his real regeneration. The inebriate's farm is based on the same utter misconception as the fashionable sanatorium to which the rich man's son may be committed. An intelligent handling of this subject would close or entirely reform 99% of the public institutions devoted to the care of inebriates, and would depopulate 1/2 of the sanatoriums between the Atlantic and the Pacific. To put a poor man to sober up on a farm, where the state will pay his board and expect him not to become an active menace to society as soon as the period of his sequestration comes to an end, is no more foolish than to put the rich man's son into a private institution where he will be petted, coddled, and retained at the highest rates as long as possible, and from which he will be eventually permitted to return to his old haunts freed from the immediate physical discomforts of his past alcoholism, and therefore provided with a fresh capacity for strong drink and rejuvenated powers for evil doing. Placing a drunken young man in a sanatorium where someone will pay his board while he lives in utter idleness is certain not to correct, but to complete, the evil work which has been started in him. And thus, in many cases, the very means adopted by friends and parents for the benefit of those they love are likely to increase rather than to decrease their ultimate tendency toward dissipation. Nothing can be much more pitiful than the spectacle of a youngster led into alcoholic addiction through the influence of older men. I am by no means accepting the theory of hereditary drunkenness when I say that many young drunkards are only faithfully following their father's footsteps, and cannot be justly blamed for their error. Too often it is true that they literally find themselves unable to catch up with their fathers in alcoholic exploits, because their constitutions, depleted by vicious parental habits, prove too weak to stand the pace. Even where boys are not unfortunately influenced by vicious examples offered by their parents, there are circumstances of our modern life that are likely to work havoc with the rising generation. The youth who up to his 21st birthday has been permitted to have his own way is not likely to have formed the habit of traveling in a very good way, nor will he be likely to change it for a better one when it is proved to him and to his friends and to society that it is bad, for habits form early. Association with thousands of those who have gone wrong has proved many social facts to me, one of which I mention here despite its apparent irrelevance. The boy who has never known the value of money, on whom the responsibilities of life have never been impressed, is as seriously uneducated as he would be if lack of common schooling had left him illiterate. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Relation of Drugs and Alcohol to Insanity. The habitual drug taker and the confirmed alcoholic are puzzles that baffle the alienist. The man with a wet brain is a contradiction of all the rules of normality. In many criminal trials, men have been adjudged insane who were merely in abnormal states due to the habitual use of drugs or alcohol, of which, without proper treatment, they have been suddenly deprived. In one of the largest hospitals in the United States, I once ran across an old woman crooning while she rocked an imaginary baby. She had been formally and legally adjudged insane by the state's experts. As a matter of fact, she was suffering only from an hallucination due to alcoholic deprivation. I suggested definite medical treatment for this case when I discovered that she was about to be transferred from the alcoholic ward to the insane pavilion. In 2 days after the administration of this treatment, she had lost all her hallucinations, and on the 3rd day was dismissed from the institution. Not long ago I observed a similar case in a foreign hospital. It is my belief that commitments for insanity in the United States might be decreased by 1/3 if in every case where insanity was suspected, but where an alcoholic or drug history could be traced, the patient should be subjected to the necessary medical treatment before the final commitment was made. The sudden deprivation of drugs and alcohol, which follows the imprisonment of alcoholics and drug users upon disorderly or criminal charges, has produced thousands of cases of apparent insanity sufficiently marked for the subjects to be placed in insane asylums. There, as in the prison, no intelligent note is made of their condition, nor is any proper treatment applied, the result being that they become really insane and hopeless. If we had any means of securing accurate knowledge of the number of such incurable maniacs who are now confined in our asylums, we should find in it a startling evidence of the lack of knowledge on the part of the medical world of what deprivation means to the habitual victim of drugs or alcohol. General ignorance of the relation of addiction to insanity. The necessity for educating the public in regard to the very definite relation between alcoholism and insanity should no longer be overlooked. There lies a public peril of unappreciated magnitude in the fact that mere deprivation, the only method so far followed, has been, and if it is not corrected will continue to be, one of the principal feeders of our insane asylums. Alcoholism will lead to insanity eventually, even without deprivation. The case is somewhat different with drug victims. Ordinarily, they will not become insane unless deprived of their drug, although in the final stages of the habit they are likely to become incompetent and subject to certain hallucinations, imagining the existence of plots against them, suspecting unfairness on every hand, taking easy offense, exhibiting, in fact, a general distorted mental condition. It is true, indeed, that in some instances the drug victim who is deprived of his drug may become definitely insane, but death is the more frequent result. I have before me a clipping from a newspaper published in Columbus, Ohio. There, after the enforcement of restrictive legislation, the authorities found it necessary to ask the governor for some special procedure which would authorize them to supply drug victims with their drugs until proper medical treatment was provided. This did not relate to those victims who had come exclusively from the underworld, but referred specially to those habitual drug users whose habits had been acquired through illness. It can scarcely be expected that restrictive legislation will entirely prevent the sale and use of drugs in the underworld any more than restrictive legislation has been able to prevent the practice of burglary or any other type of crime or lawlessness. It is highly probable that the underworld will always be able to get its drugs, but it is nevertheless true that the passage of restrictive legislation and the enforcement of such laws will tend to prevent the descent of many into the criminal class. Even this is comparatively important. Those who suffer most are those who have been given the habit by physicians. These are honest drug users, and to them, at this writing, no helping hand is anywhere held out save in New York State. I have been somewhat disgusted, I am sure that is the word I wish to use, by the continual outpouring of sympathy and constant manifestations of anxiety on the part of good people in regard to the underworld, when these same good people regard with indifference or classify as criminal the involuntary victim toward whom the most intense and understanding sympathy should be extended. Mental attitude of the drug taker and the alcoholic. The victim of drugs psychologically differs very materially from the victim of drink. Until his trouble has reached an acute stage, the alcoholic feels little interest in any of the methods advertised as remedial for alcoholism. Many men deny to their friends and even to themselves that they are alcoholics, until they have reached a point akin to hopelessness in their friends' eyes and their own. The drug user, on the other hand, knows that he is a victim as soon as he becomes one. In 99 cases out of 100, he is immediately filled with an intense longing to be relieved of his habit. Thousands of alcoholics will defend their vice. A library might be filled with books, fictional and other, glorifying alcohol and the good fellowship and conviviality that it is supposed to promote. One might search a long time for a victim of any drug habit who would speak with affection of the material which has enthralled him. No poet has ever written any song glorifying morphine. There is no drug user in the world who would not hail with joy any opportunity that might lead to his relief. The drug victim investigates every hint of hope with eager interest, reading, intelligently questioning, experimenting. He shrinks from publicity with a horror that is backed by an acute consciousness of his condition, while the victim of alcohol becomes so mentally distorted or deadened that he takes no thought of consequences, cares nothing for publicity, and finds himself unable to avoid public exhibitions of a kind that put him into the hands of the police. Public hospitals do not tempt the drug user, for, having investigated them, he knows that they are not competent to give him real relief. Expedients of drug takers. Nothing but really enforced restrictive legislation, fashioned after the model of the present New York State law, will bring to light the drug victims in any community. The New York law uncovered thousands of them, and within 2 weeks forced Bellevue and other hospitals to devote many beds to sufferers from drug deprivation. Similar restrictive legislation would uncover every sufferer from drugs in the country, and thus accomplish more good than could be achieved by any other similarly simple means. No man on earth is more pitiably affected than the drug taker. No suffering is more intense than his when deprived of his drug. The fact that rather than undergo such suffering, men and women will resort to the most desperate expedients has been proved 1,000 times. When confronted by the terrible prospect of deprivation, they invented plans worthy of the mental agility of the most famous fictionist. Drugs were smuggled into prison, hidden in the heels of visitors' shoes. One wife, who knew the agony her husband must endure if deprived of his regular morphine dosage, took to him clean linen which was admitted to the prison without question, but which, as an accident revealed, had been starched with morphine. Another ingenious wife or sweetheart devised the expedient of sending in to a prisoner oranges from which the juice had been cleverly extracted, and which had been filled hypodermically with a morphine solution. If there is no length to which a drug victim will not go rather than find himself deprived of his drug, there is no length to which he will not go in order to obtain relief from a habit the existence of which fills him with horror. This has often been illustrated in the course of my practice, but perhaps never more strikingly than when I learned of the experiences of a certain judge in Jacksonville, Florida. This far-sighted, merciful, and progressive jurist had come in contact with one or more pitiable cases of the drug habit to which he wished to give relief. He communicated with me, and I was very glad to cooperate in aiding with definite medical relief several drug victims taken before him. This procedure was commented upon in the public press, and presently the judge found himself importuned for help by those who had committed no crime, but expressed themselves as quite willing to be sent to prison as the only way in which they could get the treatment that was being administered under his auspices. Drug taking more often the cause than the result of criminality. A careful study of the histories of drug takers who upon one charge or another find themselves caught in the meshes of the law will reveal that in most cases, or at least in many cases, the drug habit has led to crime rather than the reverse. If an efficient treatment for the drug habit were established in a prison almost anywhere in the United States where such a treatment did not elsewhere exist, it would result, I am sure, in the actual commission of crimes by a certain number of people willing to endure the misery and disgrace of incarceration for the mere sake of securing treatment for their affliction. Any drug user will tell you that no punishment recorded in the course of human history, no torture visualized by the most inventive imagination, can compare with the unspeakable agony of deprivation. Fallacy of imprisoning drug takers. That imprisonment should rarely, if ever, result in freeing a person from the drug habit can mean only one thing, that drugs are obtainable in every prison. Guards and other employees in such institutions are of a low class, for men and women of a high type are unlikely to seek such employment. I fear that this fact will prove one of the most serious stumbling blocks in the path of those who are endeavoring to make a success of inebriety farm experiments. In the first place, they will not be able to find men of high type anxious to serve in the subordinate positions provided at such places, and in the second place, even if such men can be found, they will be unlikely to obtain positions because persons of an inferior type will be certain to be pushed forward by political influence. Such places would be used as means wherewith to pay political debts, and this would be more or less complacently tolerated, because society has always underrated and still underrates the terrific complications of the task of working for the reclamation of, or even caring for, the down and out. Such work is not employment for the saloon keeper, the ward heeler, or the ex-prize fighter, and of such is the personnel of most prison staffs made up. The reclamation of the alcoholic wreck means far more than physical rehabilitation. It means moral and psychological regeneration, and such work can be done only by people of understanding and delicate sensibility. The alcoholic from the city who has been perhaps an office employee or a professional man, and who is sent to an inebriate farm, will find there nothing curative save deprivation. Even if outdoor work will harden his muscles, it must be admitted that the surroundings in which this is accomplished may well ossify his brain. Psychology of the drug habit. Nothing could more clearly indicate the popular ignorance concerning the drug habit than the general belief that it is usually accompanied by moral deterioration. Where the habit is an accompaniment of life in the underworld, moral deterioration of course exists, though this is due rather to the underworld than to the drug habit. In the thousands of histories where the habit has been acquired by the administration of drugs by physicians, it results in moral deterioration no more than drinking tea does. As a matter of fact, that portion of society which holds a drug victim blamable is woefully mistaken and inhumanely unmerciful, the truth being that the man or woman who is not taking drugs is lucky. The necessity of definite medical treatment in dealing with any form of addiction. It is impossible for me to conclude this book without discussing further the question of treatment for those afflicted with habits or addictions. My taking up this work in 1901 was due almost entirely to an investigation into the methods employed to restore those who had lost control through the use of habit-forming drugs, whether they had acquired the habit through dissipation or from the administration of the drug by a physician on account of illness or injury. At that time such cases were supposed to be hopelessly incurable, and the victims only drifted from bad to worse until they had been accounted for either in a madhouse or in the morgue. I found, on making inquiries from some of the leading medical men who had been dealing with the various types of mental and nervous diseases, that they were virtually unable to name any case of a confirmed drug user who had been permanently benefited by institutional or any other means of treatment. This was very difficult to understand, particularly in the case of drug users who had acquired the habit through the administration of the drug by a physician, and who earnestly desired to be freed from the habit. It seemed incredible that a skilled physician could not eliminate the craving or desire for the drug, or restore these unfortunates to the point where their systems would not demand or feel the need of it. I soon found out why this was so. My investigation showed me that the drug habit is a mental as well as a physical condition, that the physiological action of an opiate is to tie up the functions, resulting in a deterioration of the vital organs when the victim has taken the drug sufficiently long to set up a definite tolerance. The medical world had apparently been unable, or had not attempted, to bring about a definite physiological change, and to place such patients where they would not crave drugs, and where their systems would not demand them. To my further surprise, I found that the medical world had been depending entirely on deprivation as a means of treating such cases. They would immediately send patients to an institution where they were put under surveillance and guarded by attendants, or they would attempt by gradual reduction of the dosage to eliminate the habit. Cure by deprivation impossible. The investigation led me into some very interesting discoveries. I found that old, confirmed subjects of the drug habit were sent to such institutions. Where they were taking large daily doses of opiates, the institutions were able to reduce these people, when there was no underlying physical disability, within a few weeks or a few months, according to the temperament of the patient, to a very small daily dosage, often as low as 1/2 or 1/8 of a grain a day. When they had reached this dosage, it was often found absolutely impossible to limit them further. In some cases where the patient was confined and finally deprived of the drug entirely, I found that when he had reached this minimum dosage, he would suffer just as much physical discomfort in the end as if he had been suddenly deprived of a very much larger quantity of the drug taken daily. This led up to the further interesting fact that even where patients were finally deprived of the drug and lived through the horrible suffering inevitably accompanying the deprivation, although they outlived the tremendous depression and lassitude which followed, and for long periods of weeks and months after that time had the best of care and attention until they showed marked improvement in their physical condition, nevertheless, with too few exceptions, they never lost the desire for the drug. Always the need of some stimulant returned, and on the slightest excuse or opportunity they were taking their drug again. My investigation finally proved to me that deprivation did not remove the cause of the drug habit, because it did not remove the physical craving for the drug. No matter how long a period the deprivation had been, the needed physical and mental change had never taken place. Efficacy of the author's treatment. During the first 2 years of my work, after finding in various ways patients from the underworld to use as subjects for demonstration, I was finally able to treat any case of drug habit which came to me, unless it was complicated by underlying physical disability. After a period of from 3 to 4 days, these patients would not feel the slightest craving or desire for any form of opiate, whether their addiction had been cocaine, alcoholic stimulants, or tobacco. When the efficacy of this treatment was assured, it began to attract the attention of some of the best known medical men in the country, men who were interested in this line of study. They followed carefully the medical administration of the new treatment of these cases. It was only a matter of time before the value of the work was thoroughly established and became a medical fact. After hundreds of definite clinical histories had been recorded, the formula was publicly announced, first at the International Opium Conference at Shanghai in 1909, and a month later to the medical world. Since the complete information concerning my work has been given to the medical profession, and after all these years of study and investigation and medical comment, I have never yet had from any physician an entirely satisfactory explanation as to why or how we were able successfully to unpoison these cases in this short period. At present this treatment is, so far as I know, the only one known to medical science that will bring about this definite physiological change. The intelligent beginning of help in these cases is to unpoison the patient, put him physically on his feet where he does not want drugs or drink, and where he does not feel the slightest desire or craving for them, and has no dread of ever drifting into these habits again. When you have brought about this definite physical change, you are invariably able to get a definite mental change. You cannot hope to get the mental change until you have first cleared the system of poison, for in this state the patient is in a most responsive condition to deal with. If physical building up, change of environment, change of surroundings in any way whatever are necessary, they can then be taken up intelligently. Legislative efforts. The knowledge I gained from dealing medically with those afflicted with habits and addictions led me to take up personally the movement to bring about definite legislation with a view to subordinating as much as possible the traffic and consumption of drugs to legitimate medical needs, and to put an end to the criminal negligence by which such drugs have been permitted to be imported, manufactured, and distributed. In contact with the afflicted of this class, I discovered the laxity with which drugs were dealt in, and began in 1912 to try and bring about some restrictive legislation with regard to the evil before the New York legislature. I had first found that in the medical use of the drug the principal evil had sprung from the knowledge of what would ease pain, and that the principal means used for this purpose was the hypodermic syringe. At that time there was no restriction placed upon the sale of this instrument. It could be bought in any drugstore just as easily as a package of chewing gum. The department stores that carried drug supplies advertised hypodermic outfits as low as 25 cents. A physician's instrument permitted to be manufactured and sold in this way. Through the bill which was introduced in the New York legislature in 1912, for the first time in the history of the medical world, it became possible to purchase the instrument only on a physician's prescription. In 1913, I was the author of a drastic law regulating the sale of habit-forming drugs in New York State, but because of severe pressure brought by physicians and druggists, I was unable to put it through. In 1914, I tried again, and after a hard fight, I was able to have enacted a bill, which was introduced by Senator John J. Boylan, and which bears his name. For the first time, there was put upon the statute books of a state real restrictive drug legislation. Other states are taking up this matter, and as the intention was, the New York bill has been the means of establishing a legislative precedent. I regret very much that the aim and purpose of federal legislation has been largely defeated by the powerful drug interests, but I predict that it is only a matter of time before public sentiment will defeat this powerful drug lobby, as it has always defeated other lobbies of a similar kind, and that the country will be largely freed from the illegal habit-forming drug traffic. Until there is some international understanding between the countries that produce these drugs and the countries that consume them, we shall have to submit to more or less smuggling of these drugs into our country. Smuggled goods rarely, if ever, find their way into channels for legitimate medical needs, and for that reason it is only the underworld that would be affected by their use and abuse. It is only a matter of time before the commissioners of health for the various states will be given authority enabling them to issue rules and regulations governing the health of the people that will wipe out the quacks and charlatan vendors of all common advertised fake medicine cures. The need for regulating the administration of drugs. I have been told that to require a consultation of physicians before the administration of a habit-forming drug would put upon the patient a financial burden which he should not be asked to bear. No fallacy could be more complete. There is in the United States today not one victim of the drug habit who, knowing as he does the intense suffering it entails, would not rather have given up 10 years of his life and been forced to put a mortgage on his soul than to have had this habit fastened on him. Money? Money is nothing. The cost of a consultation is a small price to pay for the possible difference between lifelong thraldom and free manhood or womanhood. And let me add in regard to the physician who objects to the legal establishment of a danger point in drug administration, that the physician who feels big enough to accept personally the responsibility of creating a drug habit is too small to be entrusted with that power. Percentage of those to whom the permanent administration of drugs is a necessity. The percentage of sick people to whom the administration of habit-forming drugs is a necessity for the preservation of life or comfort is smaller than is generally supposed, even by the medical profession. When I was drafting my restrictive bill to be introduced into the New York legislature, I was asked by my lawyer to enumerate those physical troubles which demanded the constant use of habit-forming drugs. I found this to be impossible. I have known many instances in which to deprive of drugs patients suffering incurable illness would have been little less than criminal. This alone enabled them to live in comparative comfort. I have known of many cases of drug habit which have grown out of the administration of morphine for recurring troubles, such as renal colic. Such a disorder as this, however, should never give rise to a drug habit, because those suffering from it are subject to such brief periods of pain that a physician could administer the necessary drug without their knowledge. I have had many cases of women who, acquiring the habit through the administration of drugs at the time of their monthly periods, became habitual users, although each recurrence of the pain lasted only 3 or 4 days. When this problem is thoroughly understood, such cases will be impossible, for legislation will not only prevent the layman from securing habit-forming drugs, but will prevent the doctor from the indiscriminate administration of them. Of course the general reader may think this book merely a clever advertisement. In it I state that it is wrong to stop the use of morphine and alcohol unless the victims can be treated for the habit. And next I condemn doctors and sanatoriums for their useless methods of treatment, while lauding my own. Naturally, my reader may assume that my only motive is the selfish one of money. Well, one may suppose what he likes, but the truth is that I urge every city and state to establish places that will drive me out of business. I urge physicians to take up this treatment and cure their own colleagues. I have no secrets. My methods have been published, and I am now devoting most of my time to legislative work, from which I do not profit a cent. End of Chapter 14.
Chapter 15. Appendix. The Relation of Alcohol to Disease. By Alexander Lambert, M.D., Visiting Physician to Bellevue Hospital, Professor of Clinical Medicine, Cornell University. Author of Hope for the Victims of Narcotics. In the simple heading of the subject matter of this article, there are contained such possibilities of facts and fancies, truths and errors, and wide differences of opinion, that it seems wise to define not only its meaning, but some of the words themselves. What is disease? To many people, it is a definite, concrete thing which seizes one in its clutches, holds one captive, or possesses one for a second time, and then, if overcome, releases its grip, and one is freed and in good health again. But disease is not an entity, even though some agents, as bacteria, are living organisms. It is the lack of some processes which these agents overcome, and others which they set in motion, as manifested by disturbances of various functions of different organs in the body, that make up some of our diseases. Our bodies are often in a state of delicate equilibrium, and if some one gland fails to secrete, or secretes too abundantly, the resulting condition may become a disease. As health is a harmonious relationship between the various functions of different parts of the body, so disease is a disturbance of this harmony. The question of the relation of alcohol to disease becomes a question as to whether or not this narcotic, if taken into the body, can react on the various tissues and organs of the body to such a degree as to disturb the equilibrium of health. And furthermore, can this disturbance of healthy equilibrium be permanent, and the body acquire a lasting diseased condition? How it affects different men. Alcohol is classified here as a narcotic and not a stimulant, because we shall see later that alcohol is rather a paralyzer of functions, even when it seems to stimulate, than a producer of increased output from any organ. The time-honored idea that alcohol is a stimulant, and that, if used in moderation, it is a tonic, is so ingrained in the average mind that it is with the greatest difficulty that men can be made to realize that even in what seems moderate does it may injure them. This is especially true as one sees men who all their lives have indulged moderately in alcoholic beverages, from which seemingly no harm has resulted. The truth, perhaps, is best summed up by the old adage that what is one man's meat is another man's poison, and there is no question that the effects of alcohol in small or moderate doses is vastly different from its effects in large doses or in long continued excessive use. Different human beings react differently to similar amounts of alcohol, and conversely, identical amounts of alcohol will affect different individuals in different ways, even when it poisons all of them. For instance, if alcohol sets different processes in motion which bring about damage to the individual, we find that in some persons it has injured the heart and arteries, in others it has affected the liver or stomach, leaving the brain and nervous tissues free from damage, while in still others the body in general seems to be untouched, and the brain and nervous tissues suffer the injuries. It is not uncommon to see a man who has partaken freely of alcoholic beverages all his life, with neither he nor his friends conscious that his intellect has suffered or deteriorated thereby, to find suddenly that his circulatory and digestive systems are seriously and permanently damaged. On the other hand, many a drunkard has become a burden to his family and the community with his personality deteriorated, his intellect rendered useless, while his circulation and digestion remain unimpaired, and he lives long years a nuisance and a burden to his environment. Since I have made the distinction between moderation and excess in the use of alcohol, it will be well to define what is regarded as excess and what moderation, in order that the effects of both may be considered. Physiologic excess, it seems to me, has been best defined by a brilliant Frenchman named Duclos, who says that any one has drunken alcohol to excess when 1 hour after he has taken it is conscious in any way of having done so. If after a drink of any alcoholic beverage has been taken, wine, whiskey, or whatever it may be, an hour later we feel ourselves flushed, tongue loosened, or if we are heavy and drowsy, or if we find our natural reserve slightly in abeyance, if the judgment is not as sternly accurate as before partaking of the beverage, if the imagination is unusually active, and close consecutive reasoning not as easy as before, if we think we do our work much better, but next morning realize we haven't accomplished quite as much or done it as well as we expected, then we have shown a physiologic excess intake of alcohol, and an amount which, if continued, will produce damage somewhere in the body. Moderation in the use of alcohol means that it be taken in amounts of which one remains unconscious. This may seem a narrow and hard line to draw, and may seem to confine the amount of alcohol that may be consumed to much less than many people wish to indulge in. How much in actual amount this should be with any given individual depends upon that individual alone, and no one can be a law to any other individual than himself. If a man be engaged in severe manual labor or muscular exercise, he can consume more alcohol without detriment than when leading a sedentary life, although the character of the work that he will do may not be as good as if no alcohol were taken. The moderate use of alcohol. The above definition, however, must suffice. We must fix some standard between moderation and excess, and the more accurately we define moderation, the more narrowly do we confine it. Judged by the above standard, alcohol taken in moderate doses does not seem more than to stimulate the digestive processes of the stomach, increase the flow of blood through the heart, increase the circulation in the periphery and skin, dilate the capillaries, and make it easier for the circulation to complete its cycles. When absorbed into the body in such doses, it can act as a food, and in fact, as much as is burnt up by the body does act as a food, although it differs from other foods in that it is never stored up. It can replace in energy-giving properties sugars or fats, and being burnt up by the body can give out the equivalent of sugar and fat in muscular energy, and heat generated and given out by the body. Its effect is similar to that obtained by sugar and fats, which are taken up by the body when needed, and in the amounts requisite to the body at the moment, and it seems to be treated as far as can be seen as other foods for fuel. But it is not an economical fuel because the human organism does not perform its work as well as when there is no alcohol in the ration. Simultaneously, when being consumed as food, it is exerting its drug action. In this process, it is the more easily available, and thus the sugar and fats are stored up while the alcohol is burnt up. It spares the fat consumption, often causing an increase of bodily weight through the putting on of fat. To those who are accustomed to its use, it seems also to spare the protein consumption of the body, but to those unaccustomed to its use, it has the opposite effect, increasing the destructive breaking down of proteins. Danger signals unheeded. Moderate indulgence in alcoholic beverages adds to the pleasures of existence with a great many men, and while it seems to increase their pleasures and broaden the extent of their mental experiences, it cannot be said to increase their powers of accurate mental activity, though it temporarily increases the imaginative flow of ideas. It relieves the feeling of both body and mental fatigue for the time being, an effect which may be an advantage, or may be a distinct disadvantage, for fatigue is nature's warning when to stop, and if we dull ourselves to this feeling and leave the warning unheeded, we may easily go on to harmful excesses of overwork and overexertion. It is doubtful if the moderate drinking of alcohol, as we have defined moderation, sets in motion processes which may so disturb the equilibrium of the body as to cause disease. Broadly speaking, the excessive use of alcohol injures the body in two ways. It injures the functional cells of the different organs, for alcohol is distinctly a cellular poison, and it further disturbs the nutrition of the organs by its injurious action on the blood vessels, which supply nutrition to the various parts of the body. Whether to replace the destroyed cells or as a result of the congestion, there is also an increase in the connective tissue framework of the various organs. The action of alcohol on the circulation is one of the earliest effects which is shown after it is taken into the body. The flushing of the skin is a beginning paralysis of the minute capillary blood vessels. If habitually indulged in, the effect is a continuous dilation of the vessels, although it seems for a while in the early stages that there is a toning up of the circulation. Yet excessive indulgence brings with it always a lowering of the blood pressure and finally the chronic congestions in the internal viscera. The action of the heart at first is to make it beat fuller and stronger, but if continued, the effect is also one of paralysis of its muscle and a diminution of the output of work done, and finally it is a paralyzer of the heart's action. In some persons, through its injury to the cardiac blood vessels and intrinsic muscle of the heart, it sets in motion these morbid processes which result in angina pectoris. Beginning with the stomach, we find that when alcohol is taken in excess, it not only disturbs the processes of digestion that are then going on, if it is taken in greater amount than 5% of the stomach content, but it also acts directly on the mucous membrane, producing an irritant action. We have formed here a chronic congestion of the mucous membrane, which produces swollen cells, and the digestive glands of the stomach produce an excess of mucus which interferes with digestion, and the resulting congestion interferes with the gastric secretions. It ends in producing a swollen, inflamed mucous membrane, often with hemorrhages. These processes may go on to an atrophic form of gastritis, in which the mucous membrane may be so atrophied that it is unable to secrete sufficient gastric juice. The acid of the gastric juice, combining with certain substances in the intestine, is one of the stimulants which causes the production of the pancreatic secretion. The pancreas not only digests meats and other proteids, but it changes starch into sugar, and also has a fat-splitting ferment. Thus we see the pancreatic digestion is a most important function, and does much more in the digestive work than the stomach. When, therefore, the acids of the gastric juice are lacking, there is an insufficient stimulus to the pancreas to pour out its complex juices and complete digestion. The attack upon the liver. Alcohol is so rapidly absorbed from the stomach and the upper intestine that it does not, as a rule, produce much change in the small intestines. The absorption of the digested food from the intestinal tract by alcoholics when recovering from a debauch is greater than normal, provided they have ceased from alcohol. The absorbing powers of the intestine remain a long time, and is the reason that so many alcoholics appear so well nourished. The acids of the gastric juice also stimulate the excretion of bile from the liver, and combining with the same ferment, the secretion, being taken up by the blood, stimulates the liver to an increased secretion of bile. If, therefore, one has so injured the stomach with the taking of alcohol that the mucous membrane is unable to secrete a proper gastric juice, it is readily seen that the proper stimulation to the liver and the pancreas are lacking, and the equilibrium of the entire digestive process of the body is upset. The blood from all the intestines goes directly to the liver, the circulation of this organ being so arranged that the blood must filter through and bathe the liver cells before it is gathered into a central vein and returns into the general circulation. In fact, the liver is the great chemical laboratory of the body, and the complex processes that go on there are as yet but little understood. The processes which I have described as generally characteristic of alcohol are seen to a very marked extent in the liver. There is a chronic congestion, and there is very frequently various forms of degeneration in the hepatic cells, and in many cases an increase in the connective tissue to such an extent as to cause the disease known as cirrhosis of the liver. Alcohol may also, under certain circumstances, produce such excessive fatty degeneration in the liver as in itself to be a menace to existence, for if the liver ceases to do its proper work, the whole minute nutritive chemistry, the metabolism of the body, breaks to pieces. The liver stands an enormous amount of use and abuse, and it is one of the last organs to give way under great strain. But when its functional processes do break down, the existence of the individual is not much further prolonged. The liver can consume and break down a certain amount of alcohol, but when more is poured into it than it can assimilate, some of it must go through into the general circulation and over the body, flowing to the brain and poisoning this organ and the other nervous tissues. The action of alcohol on the nervous tissues constitutes, in the eyes of the majority, the main injury that alcohol does to a human being. Certain it is that the action of alcohol on the brain does more to distort and pervert a man's relationship with his environment than any other action which alcohol has on the body. It is through the poison of this organ that the personality of the individual is so changed and so poisoned that a degeneration of the individual in character and morals is brought about. It is here, too, that the widest differences of tolerance and intolerance to alcohol are shown. Some men may consume enormous quantities and their mental balance apparently remain intact. Other individuals cannot take a single glass of wine without being distinctly affected by it, or rendered unmistakably drunken. The gross injuries found in the brain of those dying from the effects of alcohol are partly due to the effect of alcohol on the circulation and the injury to the blood vessels, thus diminishing the nutrition of the brain and injuring the brain tissue itself. And besides, as we have seen in other viscera, to the increase in connective tissue. It is not necessary here to go into the details of the minute formation of the cells, how each cell is formed of a cell body and many branches as one may conceive, growing like a tree or bush with the many branches stretching out and touching other branches of related and adjacent cells. When these dendrites or branches are in contact, there is an interrelationship between the processes of the two cells. Alcohol causes a retraction of the tiny branches one from another, and the cells are dissociated so that the mental processes become dissociated from each other, and the cells themselves degenerate and are unable to carry on their functions. Thus, we see the functions of memory and of the reproduction of images by memory prevented, the inability of the mind to reason, through the inability of the mind to call up former experiences, feelings, and ideas, and a weakening of the power of each cell to take in impressions. Every person who drinks alcohol to excess will not show every form of mental deterioration that may be produced by excessive indulgence, and the degree of deterioration in intelligence which goes to make up the sum total of mentality varies greatly in different individuals. All who drink alcohol to excess, however, show some diminution in their judgment. Judgment means the power of recalling various memories of perceptions through the senses, which have come in from the outside world, memories of ideas, memories of emotions, and all the complicated association of ideas that these bring up, and in the recalling of them weigh each one with the other, and judge of the value between them. This also means reasoning and decision for action. This power of reasoning and judging is weakened in the alcoholic, and in any brain long poisoned by alcohol it is an impossibility to exercise it. Memory itself is also weakened. There is excessive forgetfulness of the recent past, and in some cases of advanced alcoholism, there is absolute forgetfulness of wide gaps of years. A man may be unable to remember anything from the last 5 minutes back for 20 years, and then remember back to childhood. The memories of childhood are more easily stamped on the brain than are those of adult life, both because it takes less to impress a child, and because there is not the complexity of ideas crowding into the brain, nor the complexity of association of ideas to be recorded. Therefore, memories of childhood make a deeper impress and last longer, and so the complex memories of the adult are the first to be forgotten in the alcoholic, and those of childhood remain. Effect upon memory and judgment. Besides the absolute forgetfulness, there is another form of forgetfulness in the alcoholic, which often produces a ludicrous result. This is a perversion of memory. The person may be in a perfectly strange place and meet strangers, and yet be convinced that he has seen the place and met the strangers before, and greet them as old friends. This feeling of having been there before occurs in normally healthy people, and may be simply the expression of momentary fatigue, or proceed from some unknown cause. But it is grossly exaggerated in the alcoholic, and cannot as easily be straightened out as in the normal mind. The imaginative faculties of the mind are at first heightened by alcohol, and this often produces bright, witty remarks in those who have taken enough alcohol to have their imaginations stimulated and their judgment slightly inhibited. so that their ideas crowd readily to their minds and their tongues are loosened. Often, however, they say things which, though bright and witty, had better be left unsaid, and this is an indication of the beginning paralysis of their judgment. The imaginative faculties, however, are not constructively increased by alcohol, and it does not conduce to reproduction and creative ability, which requires memory and constructive thought. In this connection, Kraepelin's experiments have shown that alcohol makes easy the liberation of movements from the cortical areas of the brain, that is, the transformation of ideas and memories of movements into deeds, but no real mental power is given. For, while a man may feel that he is doing things better with than without alcohol, as a matter of fact, he is not doing them so well. This sense of self-approbation is very characteristic of the alcoholic. His judgment is gone, not only in regard to his mental processes, but very essentially regarding himself, and it may be truly said that while alcohol shrinks the judgment, it swells the self-conceit. This abnormally good opinion of his diminished abilities renders the alcoholic exceedingly complacent. He is persuaded that at any time he can give up drinking if he chooses, and he is unable to appreciate the rapid deterioration of his intellect. One cannot separate the will of an individual from his personality, and the weak-willed individuals, while they may possess many other agreeable characteristics, are lacking in the progressive force which strong characters possess. Alcohol weakens the will, causes the personality itself to deteriorate, and there is a lack of initiative. There is the ever-ready specious explanation why nothing is ever done. There is a boastful, conceited estimation of what can be done. With the judgment perverted, the alcoholic cannot act at the proper time in the right way, no matter how much he may be willing to admit the necessity for correct action. And on the other hand, he is equally powerless to prevent wrong action on his part, especially when such action has anything to do with a further indulgence in his alcohol. The emotional side of the personality shows the same deterioration from the higher to the lower, as do the other intellectual processes. It is the same story, that the last to come are the first to go, and the first to come are the last to go. All emotions of refinement, those of the aesthetic development, disappear the earliest. The sense of affection and moral responsibility, duty to family and friends, deteriorate and vanish. There is nothing left but the consideration of what affects the self, and an alcoholic is the most studied selfish soul that exists. The remaining emotions of anger, fear, and nutritional reaction for food and drink remain to the last, as these are the most primitive of the emotions. With the weak will preventing action, and with the loss of memory and inability for continuity of thought, we find the emotion of fear predominating to a very noticeable extent. This is true whether the alcoholic be delirious or not. For in all forms of alcoholic delirium, fear is a very predominant symptom. In some forms of delirium tremens, the intensity of the fear is a fair criterion of the degree of the poisoning. The various senses of sight, hearing, and taste are dulled, because the cells producing the mental perceptions are equally poisoned with the rest of the mind, weakening the moral fiber. With the inaccuracy of sense perception and loss of memory and diminished judgment, one cannot be surprised to find that alcoholics are notoriously inaccurate, unreliable, and untruthful. They cannot tell the truth even with assistance. But often what is credited to them as untruthfulness is mere inability to perceive things accurately, to remember accurately, and therefore to state things accurately. With the deterioration of the personality, that is, of the will, one would naturally expect that the deterioration of morals would go hand in hand. One cannot remain moral or virtuous without sufficient will to do so, and without sufficient will to make a struggle for self-control, and this is so in the case of a mind poisoned by alcohol. I do not claim that lack of morals is a disease, but moral development has appeared late in the development of the race, and such racial development is expressed by the individual. With the deteriorated mentality of the alcoholic, we must expect that the characteristics of late development will be the first to go. And for this reason, we must realize that alcoholism naturally tends to immorality and crime. As a matter of fact, it is claimed that 50% of the crimes in France and 41% in Germany are due to alcoholism, and no doubt in England and America the percentage is equally high. As might be expected, the offenses are principally those of disregard of the rights of others, contempt of law and order, assault, disturbances of domestic peace and robbery, and to all these crimes the habitual drunkard is particularly prone. But it is not my purpose to discuss the effect of alcohol in any way except as it pertains to the human body, nor to go into the reasons why men so poison their bodies as to bring about these deleterious results. The deterioration that we have been considering, when occurring in the mind, would naturally cause one to infer that insanity must also be common in those who are addicted to alcohol, and such is indeed the case. In New York State alone, I believe it can be safely said that fully 10% of the women and 30% of the men confirmed in the state asylums are there through forms of insanity caused by alcohol. It will not profit us to go into the various forms of alcoholic insanity, but when we realize that 1/3 of the men in the insane asylums today in New York are there because of excessive indulgence in alcohol, and also that the state spends annually over $6 million to care for them, we realize both the terrible ravages that alcoholic poison has made on the mentality of men and the enormous cost that it entails upon the community. As to the alcoholic circulating in the blood, there is an endeavor naturally to get rid of it, as with all poisons, and the kidneys in this endeavor show the same processes that are elsewhere seen, of destruction of the specific cells, congestion, and increased connective tissue growth. Whether it is that these cells are destroyed in an endeavor to eliminate various substances for which they are not fitted and break down under the strain, or whether they are directly poisoned by the alcohol itself, the resultant factors are those best understood in the lay mind as acute and chronic Bright's disease. Whether or not alcohol produces these various processes in the kidneys which result in these diseased conditions, there is no question but that certain of these diseased conditions appear more frequently in alcoholics than in others. Besides the destructive processes about which we have been speaking in the various viscera, there are certain results of alcohol that may be said to affect the general condition of the individual. By this I mean the general resistance to bacterial infection, the resistance to injury to the body, and the ability to repair such injuries. Alcohol diminishes the power of the body to resist bacterial infection. The alcoholic is more prone to acquire bacterial diseases, and when these are acquired, he is infinitely less able to resist them. In Bellevue Hospital in 1904, there were 1,001 patients with lobular pneumonia. Of these, 667 gave a history of alcoholism. 334 were non-alcoholics, which means that there were twice as many alcoholics suffering from this disease as non-alcoholics. Among the alcoholics, the mortality was 50%, and among the non-alcoholics, 23.9%. Here, again, mortality among the alcoholics was more than double that which prevailed among those who had not taken this narcotic. The same is true of other infectious diseases. When injuries occur to the body, such as broken legs or arms, there is a very wide difference in the picture produced in those who have drunk to excess and those who have been sober. The shock produced in these instances is greater in the weakened nervous system of the alcoholic, and many among those who have habitually taken alcohol, there is a very great tendency after broken bones to develop delirium tremens, and when this occurs in these patients, the outlook is always very grave. A broken leg or arm does not bring with it any such danger to those who have led sober lives. The process of recovery from disease and accident, owing to the deteriorated nervous system and the poisoned circulatory system, is much slower in alcoholics than in others. Weak wills inherited. Unfortunately, the injury which alcohol does, and the processes of deterioration which it sets on foot, do not end with the individual. Alcohol poisons and injures the germ cells of both sexes, and the offspring of those addicted to its use may inherit a weakened and injured nervous system. The taste for alcohol, the craving, so called, is not inherited. This idea that because a man has an alcoholic father or mother, he inherits the taste for alcohol, is a superstition that has been used by the weak as an excuse both for overindulgence in alcohol and as a further excuse why no attempt should be made to check their indulgence. What is inherited is a weak, unstable intellect and personality prone to excesses in all things, one that is weak-willed and weak in resistance to temptation, and one more easily affected by alcohol than the ordinary normal individual. There is also often inherited a lack of moral perception and moral sense, causing the individual to do things which make one doubt his sanity. Yet he cannot be called insane, but really wanders in the borderline between mad and bad, which is often worse than insanity itself. Alcoholic inheritance does not stop at instability of the nervous system or weakness of the personality, and one is rather staggered to realize the high percentage of imbecile, epileptic, and weak-minded children that may be born to alcoholic parents. A detailed study of the imbecile school children throughout all Switzerland showed that 50% of them were born in the days 9 months after the periods of greatest alcoholic indulgence, such as the New Year, the Carnival, and the grape harvest, and that the births of the other half of the imbeciles were evenly scattered through the remaining 38 weeks of the year. It has been shown that in France, Germany, Poland, and Switzerland, from 28 to 70% of the epileptics in some of the institutions were the descendants of alcoholics. Dem, in comparing the results of the health and death rates between 10 alcoholic families and 10 non-alcoholic families, found that in the alcoholic families, out of 57 children, 25 were still born or died in the first month of life, 22 were designated as sick, and 10 as healthy, while in the non-alcoholic families, 5 were still born or died early, 6 were sick, and 50 were healthy. Thus, only 17.5% in the alcoholic families were healthy, while 82% in the non-alcoholic families were healthy, and only 18% not healthy. The percentages, therefore, were almost exactly reversed. These statistics mean that not only may the chronic alcoholic bequeath his poisoned nervous system to posterity, but from the statistics in Switzerland of the imbecile children, we must realize that even a temporary debauch may leave a curse upon the innocent child. They also mean that alcohol produces those processes in the individual which tend to the degeneration of the race, and tend after a few generations to extinction, and thus does nature benefit the race by turning a curse into a blessing through the extinction of the degenerate. End of section 15. Recording by John Thomas Kuzmarski. www.validateyourlife.com. End of Habits That Handicap by Charles B. Towns.